Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. Good evening and welcome to the April 25th meeting of Regina City Council. We have a couple of presentations and recognitions before we get to our agenda. And the first one is to speak briefly about Her Majesty Queen's Elizabeth's 90th birthday. So this is the first opportunity the Council has had to recognize the Queen's 90th birthday. It is actually celebrated several different ways, several different times, as many as 7 throughout the Commonwealth. And in Canada, we celebrate her birthday on Victoria Day, which this year is May 23rd. But it definitely is worth celebrating, as her life is nothing more than short of being monumental. She's the oldest serving monarch. In fact, she's been reigning longer than most other existing monarchs have been alive. And she's been queen for 60 years and has also been married for over 60 years. And in time she's been reigning, we've had 15 prime ministers, beginning with Mackenzie King. And there have been 12 U.S. presidents and 12 English prime ministers, Winston Churchill being the first one. She's given royal assent to over 3,500 acts of parliament. And she's lived through the war, of course, the Second World War, and is the only royal family member to have served in the armed forces. She's the first head of state to actually send an email back in 1976. And she's visited over 115 countries during her reign. She's well-traveled, well-studied, and has lived a well life. So on behalf of Regina City Council and the residents of Regina, I want to wish Queen Elizabeth a happy birthday. On that note, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I stand to recognize Angie Ducharme. Thank you. She's a graduate of the War Amps Child Amputee Program and has gone above and beyond to volunteer her time to spread important messages in Regina. Angie was born a left leg amputee. She's a strong advocate of the War Amps Play Safe message, and for the past 9 years has joined the War Amps float in parades such as the Queen City X Parade, acting as a safety ambassador and encouraging kids to spot the danger before they play. Angie is well qualified to do so, as she has met children who have lost limbs in accidents that could have been prevented. In the fall of 2014, and again this past September, Angie hosted a Play Safe display at the Old Navy Safety Day in Regina, educating young amputees about the importance of playing safely. A few months ago, she conducted an amputation awareness presentation for the Marion McVitie Elementary School students. Angie is committed to serving Canada's military heritage. She has taken up the torch of remembrance to commemorate the sacrifices for those who have served, and for the past several years has participated in the War Amps Operation Legacy by laying wreaths at local Remembrance Day celebrations and by donating the War Amps Military Heritage Series documentaries to her local library. Angie has also written letters to the editor to help pass along the remembrance message to younger generation. Her letters were printed in newspapers across the province. Angie is recognized for her role in a War Amps production alongside Second World War veteran Doug Cushway, also of Regina. The video, A Lifetime of Service, the story of Doug Cushway, was awarded the Best Visual Communications at the 2015 Questar Gold Award. And I think we're going to see a bit of that right now.
My name is Angie. I've been part of the War Amps organization for quite a few years. I feel really privileged to know War amputees like Doug. The War amputees have really inspired me because I've always looked up to them. They're my role models growing up, and some of the things that they've taught me, I hope I can teach some of the younger chaps and become their role models. Operation Legacy is a program within the War Amps. What we do is on Remembrance Day or special anniversaries, we go to local cemeteries or even the cenotaph downtown and lay wreaths.
I had laid wreaths in Regina here for many years, but now the senior champ kids lay the wreaths on November the 11th.
To me, the message of Operation Legacy is to teach and show people what our war vets had gone through and what they have seen in order to get our freedom, and that it never happens again.
I think it's quite important that the senior champ kids are able to do that for us. Angie has been laying a wreath at the cenotaph, I don't know, a few years anyway. We're quite proud of Angie laying a wreath for us.
Whenever I'm doing any kind of event for War Amps, I always feel honored. It makes me feel really lucky to be able to have the opportunities that I've been given.
Angie is an excellent example of the War Amps philosophy, amputees helping amputees, and has made a positive impact not only in Regina but across the country. Her determination and zest for life is an inspiration to all. Please welcome Angie.
Mr. Hinks, you have a few words you want to say?
Yes. Actually, it's really nice to finally meet you, Angie. Your dad's a friend of mine, and he brags about you regularly, and rightfully so. And I just want to say, good job, Norm.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks, and thank you, Councillor Bryce, for that. The last bit of presentations we have now is for the Mayor's Poetry Challenge. And this is National Poetry Month, and we have a special guest with us tonight who will be helping us to mark National Poetry Month. Back in 2012, the City of Regina worked with poet Bruce Rice to create the Mayor's Poetry Challenge, and it's now gone national. There's many cities and around 70 municipalities around the country who have done this. This year, local poet Tracy Hammond is honoring us with a reading of her work. Tracy was born in Regina and has a Master's of Arts in English from the University of Regina, and she's published her third book of poetry last year called Red Curls. She won the 2015 Drs. Morris and Jackie Schumacher Regina Book Award, the 2005 City of Regina Writing Award, and has been a finalist for the 2 Saskatchewan Book Awards. Tracy also works for the Saskatchewan Writers Guild and has done a lot of writing for the community in her time here. I'd like to call up Tracy now to the podium and give us your reading.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd just like to say thank you to Mayor Fougere and to the city councillors. It's really exciting to be reading tonight. I've worked very hard with the City of Regina over the last few years with my job as a Saskatchewan Writers Guild staff and as a poet. So I'm going to read to you a new poem. I've been writing poems about hair and hairstyling. So this one is called There Once Was a Red-Haired Girl. There once was a red-haired girl. She was a barber. He was a man of a certain age, wearing an expensive suit. Black leather shoes, buffed to shine, polished as silver. His shirt, a soft blue cotton, tiny pattern paisley tie. He stepped forward as if from legend, once heroic jawline slumped by time and mourning. His eyes carried defeat from finding his best clothes in the closet his wife had kept free of dust and moths that devour woolen elbows and underarms. He wants the red-haired girl in the shop of men to cut his hair. And when it's his turn, he lowers himself down, places fingers on the chair's arms as she turns him to face away from her and the mirror. The cape's nylon wall makes it easy for him to tell her his story, the comb's teeth sliding under wounds, each word a lightning that suspends his wife mid-air, amid electricity soundtrack. Conversations echo in the busy shop. His wet cheeks are neither performance nor catharsis, but a casualty of loss. She lingers on the last touches, letting others wait, while sweeping every hair from his forehead and nose, removing the small paper sheet from around his neck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. That was wonderful. Thank you very much. That's fantastic. Now, before we get to our agenda, just want to say we have a packed agenda. We have lots of delegations tonight, so we keep our comments crisp and clean and ready to move.
I'll move the
Councillor Hicks,
agenda.
you move the motion or the agenda.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The minutes from the meeting on March 29th. Motion for that, please. Councillor Hawkins moves that. Councillor Young seconds it. Any errors, omissions, or comments on the minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. We're going to just wait a moment until we clear the gallery, and then we'll continue on with our reports. Had lots of fans for the author tonight. That's good. Delegations, communication, public notice, and bylaws. We have delegation, a number of them this afternoon. Calvin and Jean Herman. If you could come forward. State your name, who you represent, and you have, if you could state your name,
Okay.
who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards. I see you have Jean with you.
This is my wife. I'm Calvin Herman, and my wife, Jean Herman.
Okay.
We represent her in regards to lane closure. We're concerned citizens in the area on the 700 block Campbell Street. The closure is 15-CL-20. The houses on the 700 and 600 block Campbell Street were erected in 1958. This piece of land in question that has been vacant for 57 years, that's across from our house. My wife and I have lived at 744 Campbell Street since 1990. We've been there for 26 years. We've raised our children. In 1991, a proposal was sent to landowners to install new sewers, waters, and sidewalks. In 1993, a proposal was sent to the landowners to sell the property at 601 Campbell Street to a low-cost housing. Answers to the background. In 1958, the land was deemed unsuitable for development as the lots were 40 feet shorter than the lots on the west side of Campbell Street because there is no water or sewer lines going to the east side of the 700 and 600 block Campbell Street. In 1991, a petition was put forward to the city to stop new sewer and water and sidewalks, as we had been successful because we already had new sidewalks. In 1993, a petition was put forward to stop the development of the land for low-cost housing units. The city administration determined at that time the land was unsuitable for housing development. In 1993-1994, the city of Regina gave the residents in the adjoining area all the trees to plant in the unused piece of land, with the understanding that we were to plant the trees and look after them. We had to run garden hoses across to plant all the trees. Objections to the closure to applications 15-CL20. The 700 block William Street is a feeder street onto the 700 block Campbell Street. William Street is 10 feet narrower than Campbell Street, with people parking on the west side of William Street in the front of lots 42, 41, 42, and 43 as per Appendix A3 is limited to one driving lane. The developer stated in the meeting on March 9, 2016 in front of the Planning Commission that the lots on William Street will have driveways right on the corner to back out to the potential accidents. When the city originally had that long Williams Crescent, which is down off Williams Street, the alley goes around Williams Crescent. They must have known at that time if you drive out onto William Street just before the corner, you have a potential of accidents there. The houses and fences on William Street will block the driveway for drivers traveling on William Street onto Campbell Street, causing higher risk to traffic accidents. Matter of fact, yesterday afternoon I was going to get in my vehicle. Two people decided it was better thought to stop when both of them were in the same intersection at the same time. All the trees planted on the three lots, including three 25-foot fir trees, will be destroyed in the name of progress and taxes. Unfortunately, Earth Day was on Friday. This means that we have wasted 22 years of our time to have a small green space. Please note that the city has been cutting the grass on that land for the last 20 years. Also brought up on the meeting of March 2016 was for 3 dog parks. We still have children in that area that play on that, use that land for playing on that land. We have photographs of that and also photographs of these trees that we've had. Children in the area have used the green space in question, but now will have lost them. The City Council voted, I do believe, on the
Mr. Herman, you have 30 seconds left.
Okay. And the City Council has removed the green spaces in all of Rosemount. All the school areas have been that have closed have all been Al has housing with low-cost housing, senior housing, and regular housing. So all the green spaces in Rosemount and in Mount Royal are now being put up by houses. That is my submission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Herman. There may be questions of members of council.
We do have photographs of all the area.
That's fine. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Thanks for your presentation. I have just a couple of questions. You've been thorough in what you've offered, so I'm not going to question you on that. My question is, if I used the phrase to you, official community plan, have you heard of that before?
No, sir.
No? Okay. So you would not have been aware of public consultation a few years ago in regards to a direction for the city that would have affected infill housing and so on. Is that correct? You would not?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of council? Councilor Murray.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Herman, for coming forward. Is there already some development on that land? Is there already a building on there?
There is one of the buildings that the developer has put up. We have photographs of that building. The houses in all that area are bungalows. The housing being put up are all 2 stories.
Right. Okay. So there is a home there currently, though.
Yes.
Yes, but it's very interesting that after 8 people had submitted saying that they did not want this, that that house went up. It has no sewer, no water lines in it or anything. It's just a skeleton. Just a skeleton. That's all it is. Just so people in our area would not want to go against this.
Okay, good, thank you.
I have one question,
There's
Your
no,
Honor.
we'll be asking, the rules are we ask questions of you, okay? So the way to amplify what you need to say, people can ask you questions of that. Okay. Councillor Fraser?
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor. Do you have any questions?
Pardon?
Do you have any questions?
Do you have any questions?
Yes, I have a question. As the east side of Campbell Street has no sewer and water to that area, will the taxpayers on the 600 and 700 block Campbell Street be liable for the, if newer sewer and water have to be put in to facilitate the new housing?
We can have the administration give you that answer later on.
Sure. I'll pass
the
it on to
question
them.
later on.
Thanks.
Other questions of the delegation?
We do have pictures.
Well, if you can send them around to the clerk and pick them up and distribute them.
Yes, sure.
May I just say that in one of the, I can't?
Well, okay.
In one of the pictures,
Yep.
it's where Williams meets Campbell, and where you can see on one side there's traffic coming, and you can, on the other side, you can't see any traffic coming.
I don't mean to be mean here, but we have a limit of
That's
5
okay.
minutes for the
Good,
presentation,
good.
and we can amplify that with questions from members of the committee. Thank you very much. We can return to the gallery
Thank
and
you.
move on to our next delegation. Next delegation is Gregory Coe. I hope I have your last name correct. If not, you will correct me. Gregory Cook. Mr. Cook is not here.
Your Worship, if Mr. Cook's not here, I'll move the recommended disposition of his submission.
You have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Hawkins, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We will move to our third delegation, Neil Markowicz. Mr. Markowicz, if you could state your name, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Neil Markowicz. I'm a 30-year-plus resident of the 700 block of Campbell Street, and I echo the concerns of my neighbors regarding safety, increased traffic, parking, trash collection, and neighborhood aesthetics in our area. It last has come to my attention through MLS that these single-family dwellings they're building across the street may contain second-floor, self-contained, ready-to-rent suites with covered decks. Sounds more like apartment buildings to me than single-family dwellings. Lots 41, 42, and 43 will not have a lane access because they back onto lot 40. This, along with the possibilities of second-floor suites, will further aggravate the concerns of the neighborhood. My application for an addition a number of years back for a small addition on the front of my home was turned down with the reasons of negatively affecting the privacy, view, and light of the neighborhood. I feel this development will aggravate all of these things plus more, and was wondering why this thing was approved with no consultation with the existing residents. I therefore ask that the application for the lane closure be denied and that lots 40, 41, 42, and 43 not be developed, but left as a green space. This will alleviate the concerns of the residents, also give us the treed portion of the green space, maintaining the aesthetics of the neighborhood, while allowing the developer to proceed with the remaining lots developed.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are the questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. Good evening, and thanks for your presentation. I'm going to ask you a couple of the similar questions that I asked a previous delegation. So are you familiar with the term official community plan?
No.
Okay, thanks. So you were not part of any dialogue or involvement a couple of years ago when we were looking at planning infill housing and
I
so on?
was never made aware of that, no.
Okay, thanks. Have you read through the entire agenda tonight of what we're going to be discussing? Have you looked at the other topics?
Some of it, no.
Okay.
Not the entire one, though.
Okay, so you would not then be familiar with when we're looking at new areas, park spaces, and how to designate that? That's not, you're not familiar?
No.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation, Doug Callan. Doug Callan here. Must not be here.
I'll move receive and file then.
You receive and file. A seconder for that, please. Councillor Fraser. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We do have a communication from Mr. Bruce Evans, although he is not making a presentation. He's here to answer questions, if so choose. So if I could have a motion to receive the communication. Receive and file. Councillor Young. A seconder for that, please. Councillor Fraser. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, is there any questions that people have of Mr. Evans? He is the proponent. Councillor Hawkins.
Sure. I have one question.
Okay. Mr. Evans, if you could just come forward and identify yourself, who you represent, please, for the record.
My name is Bruce Evans, and I represent Dorcas Housing, which is the developer for this project.
Thank you very much. My question is just simply this. What's the story on the house that's there in at least shell form?
Since the property was zoned for single-family residential, we applied for and received a single building permit, which we proceeded to begin construction on, assuming that we would be through the subdivision process in time to complete that building with all of the services being installed for the entire site. That hasn't taken place, so the house is at the lockup stage, and we await approval for installing all of the sewer and water and all of the services pending your discussions tonight and final subdivision approval.
So just so as I understand, the building permit was issued prior to the issue which Council is discussing now being resolved.
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. There are, and comments have been made about the trees on the lot. Are you going to make some effort to save the trees?
There are trees that are planted along the city boulevard that have been planted fairly recently. Those won't be touched. The trees in the two locations that I believe the previous presenter is referring to are actually right in the center of the building sites, so they would not be able to stay. They could be moved if the city is interested in moving them perhaps to one of your golf courses or something like that. We certainly would have no problem with that.
Okay. And a question was asked about services being brought to that side of the street. Who's responsible for that?
We are.
Who pays for it?
We do.
Thank you.
Other questions of the delegation? Thank you, Mr. Evans. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now move on to our main report. This is the application for a closure. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. So before you is a closure application for a portion of land adjacent to 601 Campbell Street and 710 Williams Street. If I could have a seconder, I'll speak to this.
Seconder, please. Okay. Councillor Hinks.
Thanks very much. So what you have before you is an application to close a portion of a lane and right-of-way that was never developed. So it doesn't exist in reality. It exists in terms of the official city record. And so the application is asking to allow for closure on there. That would then allow that complete build out of that area. I think what I'm going to do is I'll save my comments for after, and I'll leave it as such.
Okay. Thank you for that. Are there other comments or questions on the report? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks to all our presenters. Couple quick questions for administration. It was mentioned that these lots would be 40 feet shorter, so I take that to mean they'll be 60 feet. How small will these lots actually be?
Ms. Howlock?
Through your worship, as you can see from Appendix A-3, the subdivision plan shows that the lots will be 22.11 meters in length and approximately 14 meters in width.
Sure, thanks for that. Maybe to rephrase that, as far as lots go around the city, is this much smaller than other lots we have in the city, or do we have comparable lot sizes other places?
Through your worship, we have varying lots throughout the city, so our primary focus is that the lot would be able to accommodate a single-family home as per the requirements of the zoning bylaw for setbacks and those sorts of things, and minimum lot sizes, which these do conform.
Okay, and two questions that came out of the presentations today. The few mature or fairly mature trees that were mentioned, I think I heard from the last presenter, if the city wanted to do something about it, he wouldn't have a problem with that. Do we have any way to compel him to do something about it? Like to move those trees, to move the mature trees?
Ms. Howlock?
Through your worship, I might defer that to Mr. Searle.
Mr. Searle?
Your worship, what the administration would certainly do would be to encourage the owner to retain the trees if possible, or to incorporate them elsewhere in the development, and certainly prepared to have those discussions with the property owner as the proposal moves forward.
Okay, thanks for that. And one final question from one of our presenters. One of the neighbors had mentioned about how new sewer and water will be paid for. I presume local residents won't feel any increase or anything like that, but could you just explain, and specifically if this new infill will pay a service agreement fee?
Ms. Howlock?
Through your worship, I'll start with the question about how it gets serviced. It is the responsibility of the developer to service all of the lots, and they would enter into a servicing agreement in order to do that. At this point, if there was levies that would need to be put on the site, development fees, we would look at that at the development stage to see if that would be part of the fees that would be part of the servicing agreement.
Okay, but that's between the developer and the city. Local residents wouldn't feel any impact to their tax bill.
Ms. Howlock?
Through your worship, that's correct. It would be solely on the shoulders of the developer.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the debate that's happening here. I'm curious to hear what other members of council think, but in general, I think this sort of development seems like a good thing. And my thought first goes to the people who might eventually live there, what the experience might be, and it seems like a reasonable place. While the lots are small, it seems like a reasonable place for people to live. So I plan to support the motion as it stands. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship, to administration. To you, I guess number 41, the question was asked about the Campbell Street and William Street and the sight lines. Can I get a little bit more how that's going to look like on that corner if the house gets built out, fence goes up, how that gets controlled?
Ms. Howlock?
To your worship, any sight lines would have to meet, any driveways or those sorts of things would have to meet our bylaws with respect to where driveways could be located in order to meet safety requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. One of the speakers mentioned green space in the area, and that when this is built out, that it will take away some green space. Can you give me any idea of what parks are available in that area and whether there is green space in that area? And I know you probably weren't ready for that question, but we have some 85 parks in the city, so I just wondered if any of them were near this.
Yeah.
Ms. Howlock?
Through you, your worship, if you look at Appendix A1, you can see there is park space within the vicinity of this. This property has been zoned residential since, I believe, the 50s. It has been zoned residential.
So this was never park space?
That's right.
Okay, all right. Could you also, through you, Your Worship, just give a brief rationale for infill and why we're doing infill through the new official community plan? What's the rationale behind it for the city?
Ms. Horlock?
Through your worship, through the official community plan process, one of our policies was to look at maximizing our infrastructure and rejuvenation of existing neighborhoods. So we have a policy that talks about a 70-30 split. 70% of our new population will be located within new neighborhoods, greenfield, and that 30% of the population will, new population going up to the 300,000 population will be accommodated within existing neighborhoods. So as part of that process, we are doing an intensification strategy or an infill strategy, but this is a prime example of looking at existing underutilized space that's already zoned residential and putting houses within that area.
Okay. And one last question, Your Worship. What kind of consultation is done on this type of a change to property use?
Ms. Horlock?
Through your worship, in this case, there was public notice given because it was a road closure application. So there was a notice package sent out to neighboring properties. It was notified in the newspaper, and a posting was put on the city's website and City Hall. So that goes over and above our typical processes that are set out in the Act. We actually had higher standards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. My question about green space has been answered. Another question that came up was about the safety of people coming in and out of driveways there, and I know that you touched on that. Can you expand upon that a little bit more through Your Worship?
Ms. Horlock?
Through your worship, as the developments move forward, we would ensure that all sight lines are met as per our policies. And so at the building permit stage and those during those processes, we would ensure that all of those requirements are met during the building permit stages.
Thank you. Two of these lots don't have lane access. How does that impact those two lots, and do we have any concerns about that for garbage pickup, for example, or any other services that we do through the lane?
Ms. Horlock?
Through your worship, we would work with utilities and transportation in order to find the best place to put that. I mean, we have a lot of properties throughout the city that don't have lane access, and they get their pickup on other streets. So we would work to ensure that those services are available and provided in a safe manner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I know we're in about infill of 30%, infill 70% new. The history of this land has been back in the 50s, but how long has this present owner owned this land? And do you know, have you spoken to him as to why they're doing it today? I didn't ask the question, but how long has this land been, or has it just recently been sold? Or
Ms. Horlock?
Through your worship, I will defer that to Mr. Barr.
Mr. Barr.
Through your worship, the property was listed for sale in 2014 and actually transferred in June of 2015 to the present owner.
To the present owner. So he's owned the place, and so he's done this. Does this happen quite a bit, where land sits vacant for years and years, and then all of a sudden, who owned it, I guess, prior, would be my question.
Mr. Barr?
Did we ever own it, the city?
Through your worship, this was owned by the city for many years. There's a long parcel in the appendix that was sold to Dorcas Holdings, and we're talking about the laneway here today, and that is, as all laneways are, it's in the name of the province right now.
So when we owned it up until this developer bought it, but it was available for sale to anybody, is what I'm getting at, right?
Ms. Horlock?
Through your worship, that's correct. We had the property was on our list of properties that were available.
Properties for sale. Okay, thank you. As far as the development goes, do we set standards as to what they can build, whether it be bungalows, 2 stories, front-to-back duplexes, et cetera? There was a comment made about it might look like an apartment, so I just want to make sure that that's not happening, or it has to be zoned R6 then, right?
Ms. Horlock?
Through your worship, it is zoned residential R1, so that's it. All of the permitted uses and discretionary uses under that zone would be what they could apply on.
Just for the rest of the people, what can they build in R1?
Ms. Hawryluk?
Single-family dwellings. I might defer it to Mr. Searle for the additional uses, but primarily I believe this is for single-family dwellings, but Mr. Searle can expand on the other uses.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, under R1 zoning, the residential building form would be a detached dwelling, which would be the only form permitted. So duplexes wouldn't be permitted or semi-detached. However, in an R1 zone, you can have a secondary suite within a detached dwelling.
Okay, good. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I have a question for the administration, and it involves the matter that I raised earlier with the delegation. What would happen in this situation if council turned down the application? What would happen to the shell construction, which is currently sitting there?
Ms. Hawryluk?
Through Your Worship, at that point, this is for the lane closure. The subdivision is an administrative process, so if the lane isn't closed, then the proponent would have to reconfigure the southern portion of the properties and could proceed under the administrative process, and we would go through the subdivision process and they would service the property. So at this point, they have their house there, and then they would complete the subdivision process.
It seems a little counterintuitive that you would build and then worry about subdivision and providing services as opposed to the other way around. Is this unusual?
Ms. Hawryluk?
Through Your Worship, it probably isn't the most typical, but it has happened in the past before.
Thank you very much. Your Worship, I plan not to support this application. I think this is a small bit of green space which is being used by the residents in the community. I don't think we do need to build a house on every blade of grass, and I appreciate the fact that there is a little green space that's being used by the residents. So I won't support the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Are there other speakers on this report before I turn it back to Councillor O'Donnell to close debate? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. So I want to just walk a little bit through the neighborhood, if I could, and give you some thoughts. And I asked the questions in the beginning of the delegations because they are not familiar with the official community plan and some of the process happened on the floor of council, and I want to make those comments as part of my response. So first of all, if you were to go one half block to the east of where these current buildings or where the buildings will go, there is a park space. If you were to walk a half a block south and half a block, I guess, to the west, you would hit St. Francis School, and there you would find a massive playground or massive green space, including ball diamonds and school, park, and more. If you were to walk 5 blocks, you would end up south. You would end up at A.E. Wilson Park, which is the second largest park in the city of Regina. Now, later on tonight, you're going to look at 2 subdivisions or 2 developments in the east side of Regina, where specifically in there it talks about having a park space within 400 to 800 meters of residence. In the area of Rosemont, probably, we have more green space than anywhere else in the city. I want you to understand a little bit about what happened on the floor of council a long time ago. Long time ago, meaning before the official community plan. And I'm going to credit Councillor Hinks because I think he did this. He initiated a motion. He said, let's take a look at what we have for surplus land in the city and see what we can do because we have a crying need for housing. This was at a time when we had a ratio of 80% greenfield and 20% infill at the time. So 2 things that come to mind real quick was the bus turnaround on 13th and Edward, where there is houses going up right now. And I'm very pleased to say on the corner of Dudney and Horace, that development has just begun. So it's in its early stages. Those are 2 examples. This is one other. So what we're not debating here today is whether or not there's going to be houses on this lot. It's whether or not we close the alley and this developer can finish the houses on that side. I want you to imagine if there are families, because these were typically family homes, going in there, what would happen? 1, they can walk to a Catholic school, which is a block and a half away. And by the way, that school, St. Francis, has 70% of the kids bused to the school. Or they can walk to Rosemont School. Or, if older, can walk to a new, flourishing high school. Happens to be Martin. It's not brand new, but it is now a gem in the area, and people are flocking to Martin Collegiate. Further to that, a grocery store in the area called No Frills
recently redeveloped. Had it not been some other infill housing that occurred in our area, I don't believe that store was going to redevelop. And now it is a wonderful, wonderful store. And it is because of developments like this that have brought that store to life. Further to that, if you live in this street, you can walk to a grocery store, a restaurant, a doctor's office, or a pharmacy, or a hardware store, all within a walk. I think that's called complete neighborhood. So I want to make one comment in closing, if I could. We asked thousands of people in Regina to tell us what it is that you want for our city. It was mandated by the provincial government, and we ended up with a thing called, a document called an official community plan. In there it says not 20% infill, it's 30% infill, and it has to be across all neighborhoods, including this neighborhood. And we have to look at density. Density so that we can keep schools and businesses and infrastructure alive and well. I'm going to support this because I believe it follows what we've been asked as a community to do. It follows what a complete neighborhood it is, and it's consistent with the official community plan that we all voted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. You're closing debate, so there's no further debate on this report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Move on to our next delegation, Mr. Lorne Jagolinski. Come forward and tell us who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards. You're old hat at this anyway, so.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, and members of City Council. My name is Lorne Jagolinski, and I'm representing the Greens and Gardner Development Corporation. I would like to make a note that Jessica Coons and Daryl Brown from Associated Engineering, as well as Blair Forrester from Forrester Developments, are in the audience. Blair Forrester is leading the development team on the commercial on our site. With your permission, I would like the opportunity to call upon them if you should have any questions from them. I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of the long-range planning and current planning branches for their preparation of this report. In particular, I'd like to thank Shani Lugner, Jeremy Fenton, Amar Guliani, Ben Mario, and Ian McDougall, and all other city staff involved in the process, as well as our consultants at Associate Engineer, Jessica Coons and Daryl Brown. Through good working relationships, we were able to complete the concept plan in a timely manner. We are very pleased to be before you here tonight for the final concept plan amendment and zoning amendments for the Greens and Gardner development. We have been willing and a cooperative participant in the planning process in the Southeast Neighborhood Plan. As a result of these planning sessions, there is more certainty surrounding the development of these lands to the east and to the north of the Greens and Gardner. This will allow the Greens and Gardner to finalize their neighborhood plan. As you are aware, land uses within the neighborhoods have evolved significantly in the last 8 years. I believe I've been here 6 times with some amendments over the past. Neighborhoods now offer consumers a wide choice of housing forms, public spaces, and neighborhood commercial services. The concept and zoning amendments before you today allow the Greens and Gardner to become a complete neighborhood that conform to the guidelines of the city's official community plan. The existing arterial and collector roadways are in place and designed to handle traffic in a safe and efficient manner. The open spaces, along with the new school, have been planned with safety in mind for pedestrians, cyclists, and a variety of recreational uses. As you can see from the zoning amendments, there will be housing choices fit to every need and lifestyle. The neighborhood commercial development will provide residents in the Greens and Gardner and surrounding neighborhoods with convenient access to commercial services. The Greens and Gardner has developed into a great neighborhood, and with the new school opening in a little over a year, new park spaces to be built in 2016, and the addition of the neighborhood commercial, this will complete the Greens and Gardner. We are very proud of how the neighborhood has developed, and we are confident the residents will enjoy living in the Greens for many years to come. Once again, thank you, City Council and City staff, for the positive support and input by all to enable this project to develop in a very timely manner. We originally envisioned this development would take approximately 15 years. We are proud to say we're about 5 years ahead of schedule. Despite what you may have heard on the reports these days, we are very confident the market is actually in a bit of an upswing right now, and we are anxious to proceed with our new phase of development. And we know Regina is going to continue to grow. We appreciate the support of City Council on the Green Zone Gardener, and we respectfully request your approval of our concept and zoning amendments tonight. And myself or any of our team would be pleased to answer any of your questions you may have. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Jagolinski, for your presentation. Are there questions of Councillor Fraser?
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation. Greens on Gardner. Why is it greens? Is it just a name, or is there something that particularly makes your neighborhood green? Thanks.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Going way back when the development was started, the land was on a former homestead called the Gardner land, and we wanted to incorporate some green features. One of the biggest green features in there was the way we handled our storm drainage. And instead of having big pipes in the ground, we've used that. A lot of our park spaces have developed some stormwater features that cleans the water. And if you walk through the area today, and it's a habitat for birds, and it's a beautiful walking place with lots of pedestrian paths. So that is one of the things, as well as other green features. Separated sidewalks, pedestrian bikeways, concrete light standards that don't need any maintenance. I'm proud to say I've seen our first house with solar panels on it just recently. So we're constantly working with builders and commercial developers and the multifamily people to add as many green features as possible to the development to make it a complete community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. Serve warning that I will ask questions of your team, so if they want to come up while you and I chat, that would be great.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks. So, Mr. Jagolinski, I think the dream that you had for the Greens on Gardner has changed from 10 years ago to today. Would that be an accurate statement?
Through Your Worship, looking at the original plans, which in anticipation of some of the questions. Oh, there we go. Yes, it has changed. It's probably changed for the better because we've increased the density, allowed us to build the schools and the parks probably on a little faster pace than what would normally have happened. So the original dream it was there, and this is probably, looking back, I'm very pleased at how it's evolved into where it is today.
Thank you for that. One of the comments that's going to be made about the next, or one of the later reports, people to the north of you, is that they want to copy some of the things that you did because it was effective. Why do they want to copy what you did? What was effective?
Well, through Your Worship, I'm not sure what is totally meant by that, but I think it's the Greens and Gardner has proved to be a good example of mixing housing types. So you can have big houses, small houses. It's a good example of a walkable community with on-street greenways and landscape boulevards. We've done some extra landscaping on the streetscapes to look at. We've tried to have as much affordable housing as possible. We've got rental property in there. We've got seniors development. It's just Riviera is just breaking ground on their seniors development. And with Blair's team here, we're going to be adding some commercial to. The major anchor is a grocery store, which would make it there again someplace where you can walk and get your food. So some of those aspects are very good things that you want to see in a development. The density, the types, the way we laid out our streets, the way we lay out our parks. I think those are very good examples that we should be proud of. That somebody wants to copy it. It's usually. When that happens, I'm very proud to say that's a good thing. Versus, you know what, let's not make that mistake again, or let's not go there. That's a very good for that to be in a report, and that statement to be made is very, very positive in my opinion.
I agree with you. Can I ask you one more question? And that is, no, actually, I'm going to skip. I'm going to go to the servicing, and then I'll come back to you if you don't mind. So let's talk a little bit about. So it would catch everybody's attention about water pressures. Let's start with that. So if this area begins to build out, and sorry, Lauren, this might also affect you in terms of, so as the area is going along and we start having water pressures, not necessarily because of what you're doing, but because of other developments as well. First of all, do you all understand that? And two, how are you going to accommodate that?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, we understand that we're constantly working with the administration, and in fact, we have to provide them a model, the water model that actually looks at points throughout the whole city, not just our development. It's something that's looked at in the whole city, and a lot of it is technical, but if you compare what the situation we were in the North End a number of years ago, where we basically were stalled because there wasn't enough water to fight a fire, we're nowhere close to that being the case. But saying that, we still have to monitor that, and we have to provide a lot of technical data. We've done tons and tons of computer modeling to look at various parts of the city to see how that is working, and it's an ongoing thing. And you know, every time a new house is built, it adds to the system. It has to be looked at all the time. So Jessica may want to add to that.
Thanks for that. Let's talk about stormwater. So you have a method, maybe a couple of methods of handling stormwater, but the area to the north that could be developed has a little different notion, but it ties into yours. Can you just comment about how either that will work or your satisfaction with that working?
Thank you, through your worship. And yes, it is a bit of a different methodology that they're presenting, but I believe it's actually a very innovative solution to their servicing issues. And I fully support what they are presenting, and that it'll integrate directly into what we've already built in the Greens and won't affect it negatively at all.
Thanks. And by extension of that, there's a pumping station that needs to be bigger, stronger, faster across the road. Can you just comment on that, please?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. The pumping station right now is being worked on. There's a pre-design that's happening right now. The RFP will be coming in the short term for the design and construction of the expansion. And it's anticipated that design or construction will actually start before the end of the fall here, and will be up and running sometime mid-next year.
Thanks. So what I'm hearing is that continuing testing on water pressure and understanding that in order to handle stormwater, it is of a greater area, and that there is going to be a pumping station that will actually affect probably 3 build areas and so on, and everybody's working together to make sure this is a good deal.
Through your worship, that is correct. There's been a lot of collaboration with Associated has been talking to Stantec to the north of us, and we're making sure, and as well as the city has had, we've had, you know, binders of meetings of going through stuff, and it's been a very good process. It hasn't been an easy process, but it's been there has been, put it this way, there's been a lot of data and a lot of things that have been done to look at to make sure that, you know, we can be at this position to be before you tonight.
Thanks for that reassurance. I'll ask a little bit about commercial. So if I look up and down this part of Arcola, not just where the Greens are, but maybe across and farther into town, there's really no commercial on there. So what's the focus of this commercial development?
Your Worship, it's clear that the southeast is, in this area anyways, is deficient of commercial. You mentioned in the previous report that was before you how we were trying to move forward on the OCP, the overall community plan, and I think integrating commercial into built form residential neighborhoods is a critical element of creating that complete community. And that's what the 20-acre commercial parcel that we will be developing, our company in concert with Harvard and Devereux in the Greens and Gardner subdivision. It is surrounded right now by residential. And I'm a resident of Wascana, just to the south of this, and when I get my groceries, I have to drive to Victoria Avenue. We're hoping that upon a positive response tonight and completion of this development, that will no longer be the case, that there will be commercial opportunities starting with a grocery store in the area, but also going to finer grain retail. So you'll have food and beverage opportunities. You'll be able to get your staples. We're going to have a Main Street element in the project that's going to terminate on Chuka Creek and hopefully a highly amenitized plaza area on a water feature down there. So we're trying to create a commercial development that integrates well with the neighborhood and also integrates well with the network of pathways and sidewalks that Lauren and his team have built into the existing neighborhood. All of this is going to come at the same time when you're completing the new school in the area. And I think the Greens on Gardner subdivision and its amendments as Lauren has worked through the process truly is one of those first neighborhoods that has reflected the theme and the meaning of the OCP.
Thanks for that. Last question, if I could, Mr. Yagomiski. A lot of people talk about traffic on Arcola, and there's a west bypass coming and so on, and now we have commercial going in here. From your point of view, how's all this going to work?
Through you, Your Worship, we've definitely, as part of the process, we've also had to do some traffic update studies, and certainly the highway bypass. Well, a lot of the concerns that happen right now are people trying to get around Victoria Ave and stuff like that. But the highway bypass and some of the upgrades all the way along are going to be a significant improvement to the traffic in that area. And we've when we designed Chuka Boulevard and that originally, it was an anticipation that there would be some mixed use or commercial development in the area. So the roads that have been already built, I'm glad to say we added, at that time we didn't know that we were going to have some commercial development. I'm glad we added the bike paths on either side of the roadway. That will hopefully help some people leave their car at home and use their bike or walk instead, so that will help the traffic situation.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and now we'll
Thank you very much.
The report by the Planning Commission on the proposed Greens and Gardner concept plan and zoning bylaw amendments. Councillor O'Donnell.
I present on behalf of Planning Commission the proposed Greens and Gardner concept plan and zoning bylaw amendment. If I could have a second, I'll speak to it.
Second, please. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks very much. So, actually, I asked a lot of the questions so that you would hear some of the issues and you would hear some of the benefits. I think Greens on Gardner has been a strong proponent of what we were hoping for in the official community plan, and I think Lauren did a great job of telling you a little bit about variety of housing. Now we have a school, now we have commercial, and it becomes a very livable area. We had lots of discussion about servicing to make sure that was clear, and I hope I flushed some of that out for you. And we're comfortable with what's here and would seek your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Questions or comments on the report? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I have a question for the administration, and it involves, in part, the ground covered by the delegation in terms of water flow and water issues. In the recommendations, you mentioned that there are questions about water modeling and that issues will be determined on a case-by-case basis. I'd like, first of all, any overview you can give us on the situation with water and water flow, and secondly, what does a case-by-case basis evaluation involve?
Ms. Howlick.
To Your Worship, I'll start, and then I might turn that over to Mr. Brown. At this point, we know that there is some concerns with the pressure in the area, and we are doing our water and wastewater study, which will help us to determine the next steps of how to alleviate that problem. So we are waiting for the findings of that study, which we're hoping for the end of the year, so that we can move forward with that. So at this point, we are evaluating, as the applicant had indicated, getting all of the information and doing an analysis. So on our case-by-case, we are reviewing that, and we put it into our models. We have a very comprehensive modeling system, and we put that information that they give us into our system to determine the overall impacts. And it is on, as the developments come in, we put that information and as approvals go forward. So it is on a first-come, first-serve basis. We are looking at the 235 lands, though, trying to accommodate those, as those were in the process to begin with, and then moving forward. I might ask Mr. Brown to expand.
Mr. Brown.
Sure. Through your worship, yes, Ms. Horlock pretty much covered most of it, but just in terms of, discussion around the case-by-case basis, actually doing a case-by-case basis is exactly what happens through the servicing agreement process, where essentially a new model is brought forward, examined, and looked at in terms of the detail of the impacts on the system and the development itself. What's specifically interesting as this development goes forward is, along with all the developments within the city, that it is having an overall impact on our system, citywide pressures, and particularly more so to the east. So as such, we want to look at that, and if there are any deficiencies, look at that again from a case-by-case basis. Can we live with it? Can we not live with it? So that's essentially what that means.
Just as a follow-on, am I right to assume that if you weren't satisfied on a case-by-case basis that these standards had been met, approval wouldn't be granted for building? Is that correct?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, that's correct. We would look at that, and we did have that situation take place previously in the city a few years ago when the second pressure zone was getting built. So it's just a timing issue after that.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. My only concern about this development was with respect to water flows. I'm satisfied with the answers that these can be dealt with satisfactorily, and I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other comments or questions on the report? This is a very good development. Oh, sorry, Councillor Young. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question. When do we think that the new pumping station might come on board? Are you going to wait for the master plan to be finished before you make that decision?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, we're working with the development community right now to determine what upgrades would need to happen to the pumping station. So as we work through, I don't have an exact timeline at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Move on to our next delegation. Sir Bob Linner and Catherine Godwin. If you could come forward, identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards. Good to see you again, Mr. Linner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Pleasure to be here, although I was always more comfortable on that side of the dais.
Well, we're not finished with it yet. So.
It's 10 years ago, next Friday, Your Worship, that I entered my new life. Thank you. Your Worship, my name is Bob Linner, independent planning consultant, engaged by the real estate branch of the City of Regina to represent their interests and bring the town's concept plan and Southeast Neighborhood Plan to approval.
My name is Catherine Godwin, and I'm the land development manager with Dream Developments, who's been working with the City of Regina.
Your Worship, together, Ms. Godwin and I represent the 2 property owners comprising approximately 130 hectares of land within the town's concept plan area, immediately north of the Greens and Garden that you just addressed. The report in front of you today is comprehensive and very fairly provides a thorough overview of the proposed concept plan and the review process with your administration. We thank your administration for the work they've done on this file, Your Worship, with particular thanks to Mr. Jeremy Fenton for quarterbacking the review process to a successful conclusion. Mr. Fenton, of course, was part of a major team under Ms. Horlock and others who worked with us collaboratively to bring this report to you. Your report, Your Worship, as the report notes, the proposed concept plan in front of you today replaces one that was approved in 2008 but was never acted on or developed. With the adoption of the new Design Regina OCP, the City Real Estate Branch and Dream Development decided to amend the plan, in fact, Your Worship, develop a wholly new plan to reflect the new policies and changing market conditions. The City and Dream have collaborated as property owners and worked closely with your planning department to ensure we've met the goals and objectives of the OCP Design Regina, a more compact land use allocation to meet the density and housing targets within a complete community, achieving connectivity within itself and to the abutting Greens on Gardner community. As the administration report sets out, the concept plan, Your Worship, is in full compliance with the evolving Southeast Neighborhood Plan. As development moves forward towards conclusion in the very successful Greens on Gardner that Mr. Jagelniski spoke to, the town's area is a natural extension for continuing growth in the southeast. It is designated for 235,000 population growth in the OCP. Development in the towns will be similar and complementary to the successful Greens. Your Worship, we look forward to continue our collaboration in advancing this neighborhood to ensure continued growth within the southeast sector to support City Council's vision of growth. We concur with the recommendations from the Planning Commission before you, Your Worship, and are prepared to provide any further information to address questions. And, Your Worship, we do have representatives of Stantec, our consulting engineers, with us in the event there are any technical questions you wish to address that Ms. Godwin or I aren't prepared. She is an engineer and can answer more than I can, but they are here to help. So thank you, Your Worship. We look forward to your questions and discussion.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councilor Dowell.
Thanks. So I will ask a technical question or two. I think I noted that at Planning Commission, so if that's all right. But let's begin a little bit with what's before us. So this is really not all the land, Mr. Linner, that goes from current greens all the way up to the highway, is it?
No, Your Worship, this is the first phase that was designated for 235,000 population growth. It grows from Primrose Drive, which is on the immediate north side of Greens and Gardner, up to Aaron's Drive. So roughly halfway towards the cemetery and the commercial area that we've developed along Victoria Avenue.
And just for clarity, is that next set of land as we go north owned by the same proponents?
The immediate area north of the towns is also owned by both Dream and the city. The city owns approximately 44% and Dream 56%.
Thanks very much for that. So I may have put words into your mouth, but basically there was something about the greens that seemed to be worth replicating. And so would you mind, the two of you, if you just would tell me what it was that you found that would be that you would serve as an extension? What was it? Was it housing type? Was it? Tell me what it was.
Your Worship, I think, as Mr. Jagelniski said, there was a combination of things. Certainly the nature, the housing type, the density, the connectivity and the linkages that were established within the neighborhood, the allocation of green space, those things that make this a complete neighborhood. We actually believe that the towns, together with Greens on Gardner, are a very complete neighborhood, and we saw in that area some of the successful elements we wanted to replicate. Our density meets the city's density standards. I think we're roughly 55 persons per hectare, which is over your target of 50. So those elements of housing variety, housing density, and particularly the elements of making it a walkable, cyclable, connected community. The school is in Greens on Gardner, so we wanted to make sure our flow of traffic and pedestrian traffic moved over towards the school site.
Thanks very much.
I don't have too much more to say, but basically, continuing what Lauren said, we're taking a lot of the features, for example, the bike paths, and continuing them through the towns. So just taking those walkable, pedestrian-friendly features through.
Thanks. Before I ask some of the technical natures, would you give me some assurance that from your point of view as well, all of the parties, south, east, west, north, wherever, are cooperating on these ventures? Landowners and engineers and friends?
Yes, we've been working with Lauren from the Greens on Gardner, as well as we've been participating with all the major landowners within the Southeast Lands area.
Good, thanks very much. So if we could talk a little bit about some of the technical things, and let's start with water. You heard some of the discussion previously about water. Do you have a comfort level with where things are at? Do you clearly understand that there could be some either development or not development based on water pressures and so on? I'd like to hear a comment about that, please.
Yes, through your worship. We have prepared. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Go ahead.
We have prepared detailed water models with the 235,000 population scenario. We've prepared reports and discussed them with administration. We are aware that new development will tax the existing system and that it will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. It's also my understanding that city administration is working towards looking at an eastern pressure solution through the City of Regina Water Master Plan that is forthcoming, and conversations with city administration are ongoing.
Certainly, Your Worship, the discussions we've had would satisfy us, and certainly I think your technical people in the engineering, that the first phases of our development will move ahead within that framework, knowing that as they develop over the next several years, the city is at the same time developing that major water plan that will allow the longer-term growth to be accommodated. And we will work within the modeling considerations for the first phases with your administration on that case-by-case basis.
Perfect.
We're comfortable with it, we understand it, and we know the issues.
Good, thanks very much. When I look at the map, and when we have looked at the map, there's an interesting little jut out as it goes north. And so it led to a long discussion on stormwater. So let's talk stormwater, and I'll just turn it over to you. Talk us through that channel, what it does, where it goes, and what it's meant to do.
Sure. So that little jut out's part of our major stormwater management facility plan. It is meant to detain large flows during major events as part of a best management practice. We designed the subdivisions so that the pre-development release rate would equal the post-development. Now, with development, we see, pavement, asphalt, concrete, and the water doesn't soak into the soils. So we like to accommodate for that additional runoff in a management facility. Now, typically, in the past, what we've done is we've combined these types of facilities within our park systems. In this development, we've done something a little bit more different, a little bit more innovative, where that this facility was removed from a dedicated municipal reserve into a municipal utility parcel, so that the function of the stormwater management won't hinder programmable space.
If you don't mind, just make a comment about how it ties in south.
Sure. So the facility will outlet to an existing stormwater trunk sewer. The release rate has been provided to us by the city and the engineers of the lands to the south. So we will control and restrict the flows coming from our facility and into theirs.
And ultimately, this may affect the pumping station on the other side. Am I correct? Is that tied in as well?
Yeah, the pump station on the other side of our coal is the sanitary pump station, stormwater pump station.
Sorry, that's right. So I have to ask this question, Mr. Linder, because it's often discussion in East Regina. So is there a dedicated spot here for a high school? Is there a plan for a high school? Are you personally building a high school, or anyway, however you want to answer that?
Your Worship, I have grandchildren headed for high school already, so I'm thoughtful. Your Worship, in the Southeast Neighborhood Plan, which we are developing with all of the landowners in the Southeast sector, that will be before you perhaps as early as this fall, there is a proposal for a high school site on the north side of Erin's as a conceptual location with a major zone park that we're working on with your administration. So that is part of the planning of the larger Southeast neighborhood in the area immediately to the north of Erin's, which is north of this area.
Thanks. Maybe I will just have another brief question. If things go as progressed and you receive permission, when do you see work starting in this area?
As we work through our detailed design drawings with the City of Regina this spring, we would hope to go to construction this summer, 2016.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Fraser.
My questions have been answered. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. I have one question about multi-use sports field parks. I note that you're planning two, that the normal or the current city demands are for three. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, Your Worship. We're working with your administration. Is this on? Oh, sorry, Your Worship. Working with your administration, in the normal planning process, they indicated that in an area of this area, which is about 7,300 people, they'd want one major sports field per 2,500 population. Because of that high school that we spoke of in the zone park to the north, your administration felt that they would rather have two major sports fields in this area, one in the east side, which is the Greenland, and one on the west side, which is city, and both which will call them soccer and active play fields, and we would only dedicate about 8% of the total area as municipal reserve, so that we could dedicate some of the balance into that north area and combine it with the major zone park high school site north of Erin's. They felt that was a better solution than a third active play space in this neighborhood of 7,500. It was better to combine it with the much larger zone park high school site.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and will now consider the report.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council.
Thank you very much. This is your proposed Towns Concept Plan and Zoning Bylaw amendments. Councillor Donald.
If I could have a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Seconder for it.
Thanks very much. So, one of the, as noted in our discussion, we spent an awful lot of time talking about servicing and the technical nature and water flows and those types of things. And again, as part of this, we wanted to make sure, and we've received assurance, that all of the people that are working in this area, in fact, are coordinating. So whether it's water pressure, whether it's stormwater and so on, whether it's pumping stations, all seems to have a go to it. So I think that we've identified through the questions many of the issues here and would seek concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Other speakers to the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? carried. We have a series of bylaws. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I rise with 4 bylaws, and I don't think there's an issue doing them all at once, so I will go forward with all 4.
I believe there's no one declaring a conflict of any kind, so.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws number 2016-12, -22, -23, and -25 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council has now completed consideration of reports and will consider the following related bylaws. 216-12, respecting the closure of a portion of the laneway adjacent to 601 Campbell Street to 701 Williams Street. 216-22, respecting the proposed rezoning to allow for subdivision and development of Eastbrook. 216-23, respecting the proposed rezoning to allow for subdivision and development of the towns. And 216-25, respecting the proposed rezoning to allow for a new subdivision in Greens on Gardner. If there is anyone present in the gallery this evening who wishes to address council on any of these proposed bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your interest in doing so at this time and await further direction from the mayor. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Flagel.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaws number 2016-12, -22, -23, and -25 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that council hereby consent to bylaws 2016-12, -22, -23, and -25 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2016-12, -22, -23, and -25 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Flagel. We'll move to delegations, communications, and related reports. We have another delegation, Mr. Garth Fredrickson. Mr. Fredrickson, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Garth Fredrickson, and I represent my brother Greg and myself with respect to this property which we have inherited located at 4429 Acadia Drive. Thank you for having me before you tonight, Your Worship, and all the councillors present. This property was purchased in 1958 by our parents, who built the home currently located there, and the family moved in 1959. My mother lived in the home for 10 years on her own after our father passed away, and Mom passed away in January of 2014. Mom was very frugal, and unless it needed to be repaired or replaced, such as a new roof, she was not spending any money in the house, as she was actually living there for the memories and not the fun of remodeling. So at this point, the home is in a, I say, very bad state of repair, but it's in a livable condition, but it's certainly not in the type of condition that you would put it on the market and sell the property, and such needs some significant redevelopment in the home, on the property itself, and the fencing. My parents purchased an extra piece of land when they purchased the initial lot, and this has put us in a situation where we have approximately 68 feet of frontage, and the bylaw requirements, I believe, is that that we can sever the property into 2 parcels at 34 feet. When the survey was done, we're actually 5.5 inches short on each lot, or 14 centimeters. The shortfall of this 5.5 inches per lot is not significant in size, nor an impediment to redevelopment. However, it does not technically meet the minimum requirement for subdivision. And so I am here to ask for approval to proceed with the development, and if possible, to avoid the appeal process, and again, if that is possible. My reasoning is that, firstly, that the 14 centimeters or 5.5 inches shortfall on each lot does not require any relief from any of the building codes or existing bylaws. In fact, our 4-foot side yard setbacks are more generous than many in the city and allow for a high degree of separation fire safety issues. Secondly, and I've attached also a floor plan and a rendering. By removing the single old house on the property, we create the opportunity to build two 1,800 square foot, 3-bedroom plus bonus room homes, complete with full basements and double attached garages. There's absolutely no parking issues, and in fact, the majority of homes in the Whitmore Park area have single-car garages. In respect to urban renewal and infill, these two, what will be 500,000 plus homes each, will be a welcome addition to the community, create an uplifting effect on value for the surrounding homes. Thirdly, the city benefits from the increased density by using existing high schools and elementary schools. Where this is in fact located within walking distance to the University of Regina. All the existing parks, existing services, existing roadways, existing transit services, and the existing community shopping. And fourthly, we can't forget about our tax base, and I'm assuming here that the tax base on this current property will more than double after it is redeveloped. So therefore, this form of single-family renewal, as we know, is desired in the community and in the city as a whole, and as noted above on a number of levels, makes it the right thing to do with this property. As such, I respectfully request your support, and I'm available for any questions should any arise.
Thank you, Mr. Frederickson. There are questions. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Frederickson, for coming forward this evening. And that's your homes that you're planning are an excellent addition to the Ward 1 neighborhood. And if I had any way of voting for it this evening, I would. But bylaw number 7748 means that council cannot vote for it. My question for you is: have you been given any information about the timelines that you have to go through in order to go to the Development Appeals Board?
Well, actually, I haven't delved into that. Midwest Surveys, who made the application on my behalf, did indicate when we made this application in December that that we would potentially be going through that process. And I didn't realize it was because of the bylaw in existence. I thought that there may be an opportunity here. I believe it's a 2-week process, which seems rather quick to me. But I haven't checked that out with the administration, so that would be my next step.
That's something that I can ask this evening later.
I would appreciate that.
But I wish you luck with this project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you for appearing, Mr. Frederickson. I just want to nail down one fact. The lot size is 34 feet in width. You're 5 inches short, 14 centimeters short on the width. Have you had any objection from anyone on this matter?
None that has arisen.
And would you argue that this is essentially a technical matter?
Yes, I would suggest that it is.
Thank you very much. I think I may be able to help Councillor Young out with her problem later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions of the delegation? You made yourself really clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Frederickson. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now look at City Manager's Report 16-1, the severance application at 4429 Acadia Drive. I have a motion for that, please. Councillor Hawkins, a seconder. Okay. Councillor Fundura, speakers to the report. Councillor Hawkins.
First of all, a question for the administration. Is the sole concern with the administration with this with respect to the 5-inch shortfall on the width of the property?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, that's correct. The minimum requirements need to be met in order for administration to approve this subdivision.
And what's the basis on which you say the minimum requirements need to be met?
That's through the requirements of the zoning bylaw for the minimum lot sizes and dimensions.
And I have a question for the city solicitor with respect to the minimum requirements in the zoning bylaw. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects freedom of expression and is particularly diligent in protecting freedom of expression of elected officials and deliberative bodies. We're here told by this bylaw that we shall deny approval. In other words, we're told we cannot, as elected officials, express ourselves freely to approve this. Would you agree with me, Mr. Councillor, that there is a Charter of Rights argument which suggests that this bylaw may be unconstitutional?
Mr. Weary, would you like to take that on?
Your Worship, it's unusual to have charter discussions in the context of planning matters at City Council, so this may be a first, but I'm not sure I could opine on the merits of what Councillor Hawkins is suggesting tonight. I don't think that, I think where the councillor is going is in the context of tying council's hands in terms of exercising discretion in matters that come before it. So although it's not uncommon for bylaws to structure the way that matters are decided. So I'm not sure that that's a complete answer to the charter question. It's charter analysis would require, as the councillor knows, going through a several-step analysis. We certainly could review that. There is another aspect to this particular application that comes in the context of specific wording in the Planning and Development Act that might be more pertinent to the issue at hand. But certainly, if council wishes us to go back and review and report back on the charter analysis, we certainly can do that.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. If I just might make several comments on this. First of all, I agree with Councillor Young that this is an excellent proposal, that there's really no reason to hold it up, and that it'll be a benefit for all concerned. I must say it's odd, very odd, to see a bylaw that requires something to come to council and then orders council to vote to deny the application which is sent to council. Seems, to put it simply, like a waste of time for everyone. So I believe this bylaw is unconstitutional. I believe that it infringes on councillors' freedom of expression. I believe that there is no demonstrable justification for such a provision. On that basis, because I believe the bylaw is not binding on us, I plan to support Mr. Frederickson's proposal, and I would ask that the city solicitor ultimately look at this so we're not caught in this situation again. I'd be very interested in his more detailed opinion on this. That said, I plan to support Mr. Frederickson's proposal, and I hope Councillor Young will feel free now to exercise her discretion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'm glad you're looking after other members of council. That's good. Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions. We're talking about 34 feet, 34 and a half feet. We have lots in Regina that are 25 feet. Is that right?
Ms. Harlock?
To your worship, that is correct.
So for this neighborhood, this would be half a foot shorter, but in a city context, there's lots that are much smaller.
That is correct.
Okay, so just thinking about the proposed infill guidelines, the houses that Mr. Frederickson mentioned seem pretty big. Would they be sort of in line with the city's proposed infill guidelines?
Ms. Harlock?
To your worship, we don't have those completed at this time. So, but we do have opportunities, or we've seen subdivisions in other areas of smaller lots.
Okay, that yeah. In general, I think this is a good proposal. That would be my only concern, that the houses in character with our infill guidelines. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm going to keep my comments short, and I won't use any really big words because I know Councillor Hawkins already used all the really good ones. When I think about that home on Acadia Drive, I'm very familiar with it. Actually, I know the area quite well, and that house unfortunately has seen a lot of life, and I think it's wore out. It's time for it to be replaced. I think this is a great proposal. When I think about lot size, and I think about my neighborhood, just a few blocks from my home, 6th block of Pasqua, the lots there are dramatically shorter. And they're only 25 feet wide, still like a lot of them, but they're a lot shorter. So there are some very, very small lots that people will be able to get along real well on it, and at the end of the day, this gives us a smaller urban footprint. I'm in support, I think, of what I've seen here so far. So I appreciate administration providing us with good advice and sage advice and helping us make sure we make good decisions. In this case, I think there is that discretion that we have, and I think I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Hawkins. So thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I'm not going to do a charter challenge here, but what I would like to know is, do we have any history or background as to why this bylaw was written the way it was written? Are there any advantages to sending things like this on to the Development Appeals Board?
Ms. Howlick?
Through your worship, that is part of the planning processes. Our bylaws are in place, and we do have our minimum standards that were put in quite some time ago. And as you know, we are in a process of review. Council always has that opportunity to amend those bylaws, but of course, we would want to do that in some consultative and research fashion. The appeal process is a process that's afforded to applicants for these very reasons, where it's a unique situation, where someone needs to come forward to ask for that one exception. So it is part of our process and our planning process throughout, actually all across Canada, for the appeal board to take that next step in order to grant those variances that your administration is not able to grant.
So then this would be used for any variances?
Well, they would go to the appeal board and ask for that opportunity.
Okay. Would it be within our purview to be able to change that bylaw if we chose to do that once the bylaw review is finished and it comes back to us?
Ms. Howlick?
Through you, your worship, that's correct.
Okay. Do we have any idea, because we're doing bylaw review now, when this one is supposed to come back to us?
Ms. Howlick?
So just so we're clear, the zoning bylaw is what we're talking about. At this point, we are doing the review, and it is a 4-year review, so we won't be bringing it back for some time. But we are doing amendments on a yearly basis still in order to keep up on situations where we feel that we should put new changes in place in advance of the full bylaw being endorsed by council.
So then I could put a motion forward to ask that this bylaw be reviewed and brought back to us to see if we wanted to make a change?
Yes, you would have that opportunity.
All right, I think I'll do it. I'm going to put a motion forward that bylaw number 7748 be researched by the administration and brought back to us with their recommendations as to how that bylaw might be written.
You have the motion before you. It is in order. Councillor Hinks, you second it. Discussion on the amendment. Lots of discussion now, so no. Councillor Bryce is first on the amendment.
A race to get up. How long would this take?
Ms. Howlick?
Through your worship, it would take a bit of time to do the research that we would need to do. Probably not until the end of, I would say, by the end of the year, we'd be able to look at what opportunities we'd have for any amendments.
Thank you for that. How long is the appeal process?
Ms. Howlick?
Through you, your worship, I would defer that to Mr. Searle.
Mr. Searle.
Your worship, we would initiate that process with the owner immediately after following council meeting. It's roughly about a 2 to 2.5 month process from beginning to end.
Could you have a minute?
Thank you for that. So I would like to add on to the statement that something like this coming to council, it's almost like a waste of time.
Okay, so we're on the amendment now, okay?
I know,
Okay.
but I'm talking about the whole as a whole. I'll leave it at
understood. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins on that.
I'd like to propose an amendment to the amendment, which I suspect the mover will accept, and that is simply that the review include a review of the constitutionality of the existing bylaw.
Could I ask a question before
Sure.
I would
To clarify.
accept that amendment? Would that lengthen the amount of time that we would have to have before we would have it come back to us? No?
Through your worship, no.
No? Okay, then I'll accept the friendly amendment.
Thank you. One question to the administration. While this bylaw is being reviewed, is there anything to prevent Mr. Frederickson to go on to Development Appeal Board, should that be the most advantageous course for him?
Ms. Howlick?
Through your worship, no. We would encourage him to apply as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much.
Other speakers to the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor, you have some more time on your allotment.
I just wanted to ask the question of if this if Mr. Frederickson takes this to the Development Appeals Board, how long would it take? If he were to put it forward soon?
Through you, Your Worship, as Mr. Searle indicated, about a 2-month process. As soon as he gets his application in, then we would proceed to schedule the appeal hearing as quickly as possible.
Okay. And is 2 months the normal time period? Is there any way to make that shorter so that the building season won't slip by before this has a chance to go forward?
I'll defer that to
Mr.
Searle or to the clerk who
Mr.
organizes.
Your Worship, there's a legislative process under the Planning Act that we have to follow in terms of notification and scheduling of hearing. Following the hearing, the board will make a decision and issue that in writing. And typically, there's a 20-day waiting period after that decision is made, whereby any interested party could file an appeal with the Saskatchewan Municipal Board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the main motion? Councillor Flanagan, could you take the chair for a moment, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. All very instructive discussion, and I agree with the direction that we're going, but I just want to remind members that while I think we will probably all support the development itself, we have to vote no today. We have to deny it in order for the process to go forward. Even though we may find that it's either unconstitutional or problematic or counterintuitive, in order for us, under the existing rules that we have not changed and cannot change, we must vote in favor of denial to start the process of the review for the appeal board to look at this. I would urge the administration to move forward with expeditiously as possible for the hearing, notwithstanding the comments made by the administration about timing and those who can come in and lodge an objection to it. This is truly an anomaly, truly in this case, an awkward and unnecessary step. No one would ever know 5 inches from here or there, no matter what, so it is a technical issue. But I just want to remind when those who say, I'm going to support the development, if you vote against the recommendation, we cause another problem for the developer that, in fact, we'll have to go through it again. So I want to keep that in mind. We're clear on what we're looking at here. We all want this development to go forward, I'm sure of that. Let's vote in favor of the recommendation from the administration. Let's have the review done expeditiously by the administration. And I'm not sure why we couldn't just have an amendment come on this bylaw to get rid of having the City Council to deny. That, to me, would be the easiest thing to do. Have a longer-term review of how we can make it more, I guess, whole, if you will. But for me, we could easily amend the bylaw, have a report back to next council meeting to get rid of that step, and have the administration do, if there is a variance, have the administration do the review and cut council out of it, because we don't need to be doing this. This is not what we need to be doing. So I'd ask the administration, is that possible?
Harlock?
Through you, your Deputy Chair, we could have a look at what mechanisms and see if there is an opportunity to bring it back to the next council meeting. But if not, then we would recommend behind the scenes to the applicant to proceed to the appeal process. But if there is an opportunity to bring something back sooner to council, then administration would do that.
I'm not suggesting this has anything to do with the current applicant. I want that process to go through as quickly as possible. I'm only suggesting that we bring an amendment back through the administration, how to change this bylaw to get rid of this step that seemed to be unnecessary. The issues raised by Councillor Hawkins in a greater issue related to the constitutionality must be addressed that has been passed by council, and I want to see that done as well. So perhaps as an undertaking through the administration to come back with what a new bylaw would look like at next council meeting to address the major concerns we have here. But I will support the report because I do think we need to get this thing going right away, knowing that the changes will come forward in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Do we not vote on the amendment? Okay. On your amendment, we did. Right, so now we have a vote on the report as amended. Okay, any speakers to the main motion as amended? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we voted on the amendment and we voted on the report as amended. So we'll move on to our next delegation. Mr. Randy Radford. Mr. Radford, if you could come forward and identify who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Is this microphone live?
You press, yeah, there you go. Go.
Hi, I'm Dr. Randy Radford. I'm a longtime family physician and emergency medicine physician here in Regina, and this is my spouse, Cindy Radford. We put application in for the property at 1230 St. John Street to allow for myself, my medical practice, to have discretionary use for the building. Now, the plan is that we're having is that it's going to be that it's in the industrial warehouse area, to have that changed into a multi-use building with a medical practice. Cynthia here has a thriving quilting, sewing business that she's developed over the past 4 years, going into her 5th year, and now sells locally, provincially, and with the online store internationally. But she's in. I'm the guy who has to put the application in. At this current time, I practiced for the last 18 years in the city of Regina as an emergency medicine physician, and I do locums also, which is temporary where I help out different family docs with their positions. Now I'm hitting the ripe old age of 58, and the night call is just getting too much. So I'm going to be inverting things where I'm going to be doing family practice and helping out occasionally in emergency. So I was looking around what we wanted to do, and a dream is to practice together, but also to, I really wanted to have my own clinic. I'd done this in Swift Current before when I practiced out there. And when I went looking around, I didn't realize it, and bylaws are there for a good reason at the time, but there aren't that many areas that you can actually open up a practice. It's limited. I've always liked what the city's done with its idea of you know, as it's grown. Moved here in 1966 with my family, Dave Radford, and you know, with Sears, he had been there a number of years. But the city's doubled, and with a lot of big cities, Calgary's a good example, or the city gets bigger, 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 and there's less and less in the core. And kind of with the idea that the City Council has put forward that to bring people back into the core area, make use of the infill, we have to make these areas attractive to people, because why are you going to move in if there's nothing in the core for you? So in that area, there's very little, it's underserviced certainly with medical clinics. The nearest would be the community clinic, and there's really nothing else around there. So the area, we looked around. Part of it's what I can afford. I certainly can't afford the property on the outskirts. I can't compete with the big boys. But there is, I like to use the term fixer-uppers in the warehouse area. It's an area that I would like to live in eventually. It's the type of area that's going to attract, by and large, either really young people or older people without kids. And just because there aren't a lot of parks there, that may change. But it's the people who want to be centrally located. They want the opportunity to be able to walk, have that service there. Plus, the other thing is there's still a lot of businesses in there, and there's nowhere for people to go get minor, you know, sutures if they have a strain or a sprain. And I can tell you from working in emergency, these 7-hour waits, I feel horrible for people who have to wait that long. So the idea, I think, is going to be very beneficial to ourselves, okay, but for the city, because this can lead it this way. Now, you may ask, why do you think you're going to make this work in this area? I think the biggest thing that I bring to it is that I've been in the city for 18 years. I know everybody. I have contact with all my peers who are emergency room physicians. And what I want to set up, and I've used this model when I've worked with other doctors in different provinces, is that you set up a family practice so you have your regular patients, but you have a certain number of spots, and it's usually in the evening, that's open for urgent or episodic care. In fact, in the province of BC and Ontario, you cannot have a walk-in clinic standalone. It has to be a combination of family medicine and, again, like I'll say, episodic urgent care. I've got the experience of bringing my peers who have been emergency room physicians.
Dr. Radford, you have 30 seconds.
Yep, who want to work with me, and they have to work 1 month a year as a family physician. So that'll kind of bring them in this way. There's a number of other individuals, massage therapist, pharmacy, who also want to join. So kind of bringing it all together, I see it as a win-win thing. It's good for that area. It's going to help make it develop further, and it'll be also good for Cindy and me.
Thank you very much. You're right on time. Thank you very much for that. Other questions of the delegation? No? All clear? You're perfectly clear. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll look at the report. This is a medical clinic at 1230 St. John Street.
If I can have the secretary, I'll speak to this.
Second. Okay, Councillor Young.
Thanks very much. So I think Dr. Radford did a great job of presenting what it is that he would try to do. To complete the whole picture, his wife already has a business, and because of the nature of the business, it can step into this area, and so that will happen. And so he is seeking permission to have a medical clinic in here. This is not the first time in a warehouse area that we've approved, or will approve, hopefully, a medical clinic. So this is, but it is still a discretionary use. But what's different here is that you note the types of services that may be offered here. This will be unique, but also will help the growing population in the warehouse district to have another facility, another service, and I think it would be great for our community. We thought this was an excellent idea, and we would seek your support.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you.
Councillor Flagel, go ahead.
Thanks. I didn't ask questions because I asked them at planning, but it was always good news to hear that more doctors are planning to stay here. And, yeah, it's a challenging position to be an emergency surgeon. But what he's also going to do is he's also going to give the ability for doctors to get their hours in as general practitioners, which they need. And when they do that, they in turn stay longer, and we don't have to worry quite as much about finding doctors and et cetera, et cetera. When it comes to the warehouse district, the area, it's kind of like we started to try and build a medical corridor on Broad and 14th, and it didn't quite work out as well. Well, maybe this is an opportunity to do that because we don't have challenges with parking. We have lots of building space available. We have all kinds of facades that could be changed to look like they should, and clean the area up in terms of the different facades that are there. So having a medical clinic, medical office, and who knows what else they'll do, and along with his wife, they'll provide another needed service for Regina and that area specific. But as we know in Regina, we're 10 and 15 minutes from anywhere, so everybody will start to utilize that facility and use the warehouse district as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I know a lot of times when we talk about mixed use, we talk about housing as well as business, and I think this is a good example of how different businesses can also be mixed use. So I'm just throwing that out there, and I wish them well. I hope it goes well for them.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this looks like an interesting project. Seems like a good type of infill. The only issue I'd like to bring up is about our downtown, the bylaw we have in place to protect downtown office. As I understand, we only really allow office to be built out of the downtown when the vacancy rate is above 6%. I know that medical office is a little different. We're talking about a clinic, but it also is office space, and I think that rule is a good, has proven to be good for helping bolster our downtown. So just look to administration for comments about how this project would relate to that bylaw. Thanks.
This is more of the office space, like Class A office space for a larger one, but Ms. Harlock, if you want to give an answer on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's correct. In this case, the use is under 1,000 square meters, which by our bylaw, that general office use is allowed throughout the city. When we did the bylaw, there was the zoning bylaw, there was a discrepancy between the two, and I think at this point they are seen as different office spaces. But we are in a process of reviewing that office policy. Council instructed us to review it on a 5-year for 5 years, and so we'll be bringing back another review in the by Q4 of this year to explain how the policy is working.
Okay, thanks for that. Of course, and my mistake, of course, it's when vacancy is under 6%. Do you know where that vacancy rate is right now for downtown office? Thanks.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I don't have the number with me. The last, I believe it was around between the 11 and 13%, I believe,
Okay.
was where it was sitting.
Okay, so again, this project is one-off. It's a fairly small project, and I think it's in a neighborhood that the proponent made a compelling case about why it would be good there. But I think we need to keep that in mind going forward about how medical office relates to regular office and trying to promote people working downtown. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to the RD bid. Judith Verasuk, if you could come forward, please. For the record, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and Council may have questions for you afterwards.
Good evening, Mayor Fougere and members of City Council. My name is Judith Verasuk, and I'm the Executive Director of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. And I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of RD Bid Board of Directors to present our proposed budget for 2016. The 2016 budget before you today was predicated on the recent Imagine Downtown strategic planning effort RD Bid undertook last year. Through this process, we administered surveys. Over 1,600 were completed. We facilitated discussions and focus groups with Regina Downtown businesses, our community partners, City Council, administration, and the general public, as well as strategic planning sessions with the board and staff. The resulting plan was adopted by the RD Bid Board in January 2016. The Imagine Downtown Plan identified 4 strategic priorities. 1, to cultivate a welcoming downtown. 2, to grow the nighttime economy. 3, to attract new investment in Regina's downtown. And 4, to be an active and visible partner on the Regina Revitalization Initiative. The projects we plan on undertaking this year are driven by these priorities. City Council also approved an expansion to RD Bid boundaries at its last meeting. As such, we will be working on projects to incorporate our new members into the fold. You've received a copy of our detailed budget submission, so I'll briefly highlight our plans for 2016, and I can answer any questions you might have with respect to our budget. Some of our key projects include a new website and marketing collateral, development of a program to help support vulnerable populations, extension of our banner program and seasonal lights to incorporate properties within the new boundary, continued installation of our wayfinding signage podiums and public realm infrastructure, development of a storage facility at Victoria Park, additional capital purchases to support our programming in Victoria Park and City Square Plaza, purchase of equipment to support our cleaning operations, hiring of additional maintenance workers, expansion of our member events, implementation of our artisan residence program, and development of a cultural trailway program. Over the past year, RD Bid has developed a substantial capital investment plan that anticipates capital purchases to support the planned wayfinding system, public realm infrastructure, maintenance equipment, the West Pavilion at City Square Plaza, and the construction of a storage shed to support our City Square programming. The estimated value of these purchases is estimated to be approximately $575,000 over the next 5 years. In order to build our capital reserve so that we can make these investments in a timely manner, we are proposing a 5% mill rate increase over our 2015 mill rate of 0.7388. This will ensure that RD Bid can continue to be an active partner in the many projects that are anticipated for downtown Regina. As you can see, the RD Bid is committed to making downtown a place where people want to live, work, play, and invest. The action plan, while ambitious, is one that will position downtown for future growth and development, and we look forward to working with you to make it happen. In closing, to support these planned initiatives and our future capital investments, RD Bid respectfully requests a mill rate in the amount of 0.7757 for 2016, and that a provision for assessment appeals in the amount of $3,000 be allocated. We also request that the revenue, expenditure, and transfers outlined in the 2016 budget submission be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your report. My question for you is, could you give a little bit of information about the program to support vulnerable populations?
Through you to the chair. We are just embarking on that right now. My operations manager has met with several of our community partners, so folks like the Street Culture, the Carmichael Outreach, the YWCA. I believe she also met with Councillor Fraser as part of the YMCA. We're trying to identify where the gaps are in terms of services to our vulnerable populations downtown. We have set aside a small amount of money that we could then transfer to these organizations to help perhaps bridge that gap, and then we would commit to working with them on developing further programs for the coming years.
Okay. And you've just enlarged the bid area recently. So will this help you get the equipment and do the things you need to do to be able to service all of the people in the new expanded bid?
Through you to the chair. Yes, absolutely. We've invested just last week in a new sidewalk sweeper that we're anticipating will be used quite extensively every day, especially in the new area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. I just want to ask a few technical questions before I move the motion and support. You mentioned there's a mill rate increase up to .7757, which is a 5% mill rate increase. How much is that in dollars? Give me an approximate number.
Through you to the chair. Exclusive of the new bid expansion area, that value is about $91,000. I believe it's about a $70,000 increase for the properties that were part of our boundary last year.
Correct. I understand. And when was the last time you asked for a mill rate increase?
3 years ago.
And one last question about the reserves. I wonder if you could explain in just a little more detail. First of all, presumably you could take this money that the increase in the net increase in the mill rate will raise out of reserves. You said you prefer not to do that. You prefer to, in fact, build your reserves up further. Can you explain that just a little more as to why you've adopted that position?
Absolutely. Through you. We did a cash flow analysis for the next 10 years, actually, looking at the anticipated purchases for our 5-year capital plan. If we were to make the purchases according to the timeline that we set forth, and that is, this timeline is really dictated by kind of what's happening outside of our organization. So it's in response to the new stadium opening up or the trailway being developed. So we're trying to work within timelines that we don't have control over. If we were to do that, we would be in our capital reserve deficit in about 2 years. So what we're trying to do is set the mill rate so that we can not go into deficit and hopefully begin to build those reserves. So as larger purchases happen in years 3, 4, and 5, the money will be there for us to move forward.
It's very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for your presentation. Just a quick point of clarification. In your presentation, you talked about .7757, and am I right to read the recommendation is .7577, or is that a typo?
I believe we're going to have an amendment to fix that in just a moment.
Okay.
That's right. I think you have the right number.
The correct number is .7757. I do apologize. The report that I submitted to the Finance Department had the correct number in my recommended item, but there was one chart that had a different number, and that was the number that they pulled to make the report for you, and that is an error on my part.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much for all the work you do for downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. So now we'll look at the Finance Administration report for the downtown bid. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the recommendation of the Finance Administration Committee, one, that City Council approve the 2016 Regina Downtown Bid Improvement District budget as described in Appendix A, and 2, and there is an amendment here, that the City Council approve the proposed 2016 levy for Regina Downtown Business Improvement District of 0.7757, and there's the amendment, mills to be applied to the current commercial property within the Regina Downtown Bid District.
On the amendment, firstly.
I'll second the amendment, Your Worship.
On the amendment to correct the number on the increase. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Hawkins, you want to continue on?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Ms. Veresick answered the principal issue here. That is why a mill rate increase, and the answer is two parts. One, there's been no mill rate increase for the last 3 years, and two, she explained the need to build up the reserves in order so that the reserves over the next time period don't fall into deficit position. As for the rest of the budget, it just reflects the good work that Downtown Bid does, and I move support of it.
Thank you for that. Are there other questions or comments on this report? Pretty straightforward. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to our next delegation, Sandy Doran. Ms. Doran, if you could, for the record, identify yourself, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Good evening, Mayor Forzier and Council. My name is Sandy Dorn. I'm the Executive Director with Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District. On behalf of our Board of Directors, I am pleased to present our 2016 budget for approval. Significant awareness and strong interest in the 80 block area has heightened with the rail yard renewal on Dudney Avenue. Since December 2014, we have seen several new businesses opening up in the Warehouse District, including Rebellion Brewing, The Keg, Bobby's Old World Tavern, Jack Keaton's, Adrenaline Training, Wellness Revolution Studio, just to name a few. New developments continue throughout the district, as well as the revitalization and application for historic designation of significant landmarks in the area, such as the Weston Bakery building. The Warehouse District Board of Directors are requesting City Council approve to maintain the mill rate of 0.7588. This will ensure that we continue with marketing and branding of the area, along with capital investments and projects planned in 2016. Some of these projects include the development of a new, more interactive website, enhanced branding awareness and marketing initiatives. Our cleanup crew will once again be returning and operating between May and October. Historic walks throughout the area, installation of signage and grand opening of Dominion Park along Broad and 7th Avenue, installation of our first ghosting mural project, as well as membership engagement, including newsletter, member receptions, member networking events, and surveys, as well as streetscaping and cost sharing on street furniture. There is excitement in the district in anticipation of change of great things coming in the area in the next few years. I thank you and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Apparently you're perfectly clear.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now look at report 39, which is the Warehouse District's budget for 2016. Councillor Hawkins.
Your Worship, through some of the mysteries of technology, this item doesn't appear on my screen, but I can read it off the screen up above. This is a recommendation to approve the Warehouse District budget. The City Council approve Regina Warehouse Budget Business Improvement District's 2016 budget, detailed in Appendix A, and 2, that the City Council approve the proposed 2016 levy for the Regina Warehouse Budget Improvement District of 0.7588 mils to be applied to the current commercial property within the district. Your Worship, this has been well explained by Ms. Ruskowski. This doesn't represent any increase in the mill rate. It supports the current budget, and it supports the good work that they do.
Seconder for the motion, Councillor Berry. Discussions on the report. Lots of good work by this organization as well. Call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Is there an appetite to do a 10-minute recess now, as opposed to an hour from now?
If it's the wish of
I'll move a 10-minute recess.
Seconder?
I'll second it.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll be back here at 10 to the hour. Here.
But there is cheese.
But this will be a long.
There is cheese out there.
Well, there's roast beef and
There's
pizza
actually
and
no,
sausage.
there's a bunch of wieners and stuff. There's
Not
lots of
anymore,
cold
though.
cuts.
Is there still some?
Not much left
Yeah.
now.
Are you still on your no carbs and no
Yeah.
gluten diet?
Yeah.
And how about red wine?
I've cut that out last week too, which really
Just the
sucks.
last week.
Last week, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
About 2 weeks
Which-
ago, you were drinking like 2 bottles and a bottle, a box of popcorn.
Well, box mostly, but yeah, I don't
One
drink out of the
box. Well,
bottles.
that's
because
okay.
you end up with too many
One
bottles
box.
laying around. Yeah. These are disposed of empty boxes than it is bottles. You can burn them in the fireplace, the boxes. They works great. Makes heat.
And they meet every 2 weeks, and they understand everything they need to do. Yeah, he's still taking a while. Good God. They all have a good story. God, there's meat trays out there. Might be another workout. These cats are
Oh.
Last week I had no time. This week it's a little bit.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Please have people take their seats. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll now continue with our meeting, and we have another series of delegations. The first delegation is Adele Waskowski, please. Come forward, identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Okay. Good evening, Your Worship and City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm a real estate agent in the city with Remax Crown Real Estate, and I've been in the property we are discussing. The extensive work this home needs before you even get to cosmetic updating is a huge concern. The foundation, sewer, electrical, and plumbing work required here is very significant. I have experienced both renovating older homes and building new. There is no comparison between the ease and reduced cost of new construction compared to renovating. 13 Leopold Crescent does not have a desirable or usable floor plan by today's standards. To put significant funds into the foundation and sewer and everything else and still end up with a less than desirable floor plan severely affects the market value. Our homes are our largest assets, and resale value has to be a very important consideration. I would like to bring up Connaught Community School. Now, that was a historical building. There was considerable pressure to renovate this structure, but it could not be saved. I question how the city can expect an individual family to take on a task similar in scale to a project that the entire city and province could not. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Hinks.
Hi, I guess I'm one of your colleagues. We haven't really met, but I completely agree with you about that house. I even had a couple of architects at the Y the other day tell me that it's crazy to even fix it.
Thank you.
Or even having to go at it. Thank you.
Keep in mind we have questions for delegations. Councillor Hinks, just a reminder. Other questioners? Questions? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for coming forward. I'm wondering what you would think would be the ramifications if we place this house on the heritage list. What would other people who own houses on the heritage holding list think, and what would be the effect for them?
I don't know that process, but would you need to look at the houses individually to see the possibilities that exist for them? Mm-hmm. Would that be a fair way to go about it?
Yeah. What would you think of the financial implications? Do you have any thought on that?
Well, they're huge, right, to repair a property such as that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I put this one out of the mix, forget about 13 Leopold, but there are other houses on the holding list. And how do you think those homeowners are going to react to a decision where this is now on the municipal list?
And I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. There are no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for your presentation. And Patricia Elliott is the next delegation. You can identify yourself for the record, who you are, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Patricia Elliott, and I'm a Cathedral area homeowner and resident. I presume that you read my submission, so I'm just going to use my 5 minutes to hit on the main points in it. First, we're not here to debate heritage significance. That's already been established by more than one panel over the years. Second, we're not here to debate whether the city can seek designation without owner consent, because there's nothing to preclude it and there is precedent. What was questioned at the previous council meeting was whether or not there are social rights that limit individual property rights, and so I provided you with a copy of an international declaration agreed to by Canada on behalf of her provinces and territories. The Stockholm Agreement expresses a duty to protect tangible heritage assets as a human right. It expects governments will ensure development planning decisions take this right into full account, because once a heritage property is gone, it cannot be replaced. Beyond this moral obligation, every single bylaw in Regina represents collective social rights. It's why I can't grow noxious weeds in my yard or park where I want or even build a new garage without permission, never mind tear down a historic property. And I'll remind you that all our property is by right of the Crown and that the state can take it back and decide what happens on it. Property development impacts us all. In the 80s, the Cathedral area residents facing neighborhood decline linked heritage protection to neighborhood revitalization. This was a strategic decision and it worked, and I'm keenly aware that a rise in my property value is linked to the heritage value of the neighborhood as defined by gateway properties such as the Watchler residence. I'm also keenly aware that Cathedral's historic streetscapes are being knocked down building by building, house by house. On my own block, 3 character bungalows have been purchased for demolition and replaced by imposing new construction, and I no longer live on the charming historic streetscape that I bought into. I'm also keenly aware that although my property value has risen, it remains relatively affordable, while the new replacement homes in the neighborhood are significantly less so. While expensive new homes might seem like a positive development, urban planning experts have discovered the opposite. Research has found that neighborhoods containing a mix of older, and I quote, older, smaller buildings of diverse age support greater levels of positive economic and social activity than areas dominated by newer, larger buildings. And I've provided you with a link to that study, which I hope you read. I also provided you with life cycle cost analysis showing that even the most energy efficient homes take up to 50 years to recover the carbon footprint of demolition and new construction. Other cities are turning to heritage protection as a means to meet their CO2 emissions targets. For example, Portland is expected to reduce its emissions by 15% if it can, if just 1% of single-family dwellings and office buildings are retrofitted rather than demolished and replaced. And I provided a link to that full report. It includes all the methodology your administrators need to calculate the environmental cost of this proposed demolition and other demolitions. And I do hope I never see a decision document again that puts this cost at zero, because it's simply untrue by any scientific measure. Finally, I point out that affordability and the feasibility of repairs from the owner's perspective is not for this council to decide, as these are highly subjective values far beyond the bylaw's mandate or this council's ability or mandate, unless you're all architects or engineers. By way of example, although mold is an issue throughout Cathedral, in all the years I've lived downtown neighborhoods, I've never heard of houses completely gutted or demolished due to mold. When we purchased our own home, there was not only mold, but actual mushrooms and fungi growing out of the floors and walls of our basement, which is now today very snug and dry. And you could also say we have a traditional floor plan. I would not say it's a bad floor plan for today's standards. It's traditional. Similarly, I've seen asbestos removal at where I work, and it's common to see asbestos abatement going on in homes throughout Cathedral. It shouldn't come as any surprise to anyone to discover there's asbestos in these homes. How one chooses to confront these challenges is a subjective, personal decision that's not part of the bylaw or designation. And this council can pursue designation, and then the owners can decide if they want to fix
Dr. Elliott, you have 30
or
seconds.
sell. Okay. So for making this determination, you have an option to put this question before the Saskatchewan Heritage Property Review Board. The board exists precisely for this situation and has the expertise, and I urge you to make the most of all the tools we have to affirm and protect our cultural rights as citizens, and forward this to the appropriate review board rather than preempting. And I would urge citizens here to hold the City of Regina accountable for carrying out this responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You're right on time. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Elliott, for coming today. Supposing that the owner just doesn't want to restore the building, if you had a magic wand, what would you see as the best plan B?
I think I mentioned in my submission that, to me, the optimum is that they would, if either choose to leverage the grants and restore this home as a charming character home, or put it on the market for those who would like to do so.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Findura.
Thank you. Good evening. You mentioned the part of the heritage you looked at as gateway to your worship, gateway to Cathedral. Mm-hmm. Can you kind of expand on what you mean by what did the House 13 Leopold means by gateway to Cathedral? Do you classify that as a heritage itself, or how does that work?
Yeah, and that's very important. It's one of the first buildings you see coming up from South Albert into the neighborhood, and these gateways are under threat. On the west side, we've lost some of our most significant heritage property, so we have the east side still in that area retained. So it is one of the defining elements when you drive across the neighborhood. And it's very important. We've lost, with the level of demolitions and development going on in Cathedral right now, I'm very concerned that we're losing this neighborhood. I'm concerned we have 90 properties, I believe, on the bylaw list. I'm concerned if we let this one go, what's going to happen to the other 89 with the level of pressure from property speculators going on in the neighborhood right now.
Okay, one more too. The list, what does the heritage list, holding list, do for the houses? I mean, how do you, in your opinion, how do you see that list working to preserve a house or protect a house?
Well, being on the bylaw list is a signal that this is a building of historic significance. In most cases, hopefully people purchasing these buildings take note of that and realize that they should not be purchasing these buildings just for the purpose of demolition, which appears to be the case here. That there's a possibility that this could go forward to the Heritage Review Board, unless it gets preempted, for designation. And that is actually, and we heard at the MHAC meeting, that's a very positive thing, having heritage designation. I mean, we heard a delegation seeking heritage designation, speaking to the fact that creative architects and engineers can deal with almost any problem in a heritage building, and it's in fact an asset. And it is an asset to the owner, to our neighborhood as well, as neighbors.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation, Frank Kovemaker. Mr. Kovemaker, if you could state your name for the record, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions after.
Thank you. My name is Frank Korvenmaker, and I represent myself. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I wish to speak in favor of preserving the historic Watchler residence at 13 Leopold Crescent. I'm a construction historian who has assessed and worked to preserve heritage buildings throughout Canada for over 50 years. During that time, I worked for all levels of government and have drafted and implemented heritage legislation and associated conservation and financial assistance programs. It is relatively easy to support a request for heritage designation when the property owner applies for this status, especially if there's no opposition and if your own administration supports the proposal. It is a considerably more difficult task when the owner is opposed to the designation. Now you must decide whether the rights of the individual outweigh the rights of the community, also known as the public good. Individual rights are sometimes easier to discern than the public good, as those rights are generally clearly understood. When considering the public good and the role that historic buildings play in this matter, we need to look at how heritage buildings can contribute to the greater benefit of the overall community. Identifying and preserving heritage buildings throughout Regina preserves important aspects of the city's past and enhances the city's diversity. An attractive, strategically positioned home that is aging well is far more interesting to national and international visitors than any large but generic house that could be found in any new suburb worldwide. The older residence thereby enhances Regina's tourism potential in a way that a new residence simply cannot do. And a heritage structure that increases the tourism potential of Regina is certainly perceived by most people as being in the overall public good. Moreover, the Watchler residence complements the architectural design of the Royal Saskatchewan Museum, which stands directly opposite and thereby contributes to making this key Regina intersection an attractive locale. Therefore, preserving the historic house is clearly very much in the public interest. Also, the situation which you face with the Watchler residence is not all that different from one you would face if you wish to expropriate a house in order to enlarge a certain intersection. If the owner disagrees with the city's proposal, you must decide whether the interchange being built is for the public good and would outweigh the property owner's rights. Let me also address another issue, the current state of the Watchler residence. I inspected and documented that building a year ago and saw no evidence of any serious structural or potential health problems. In my experience, I've never seen a heritage building degenerate so much over a mere 12-month period that it would need to be demolished, especially not one that at that time was fully protected from the elements. In that regard, let me tell you about the Grant Hall Inn, a heritage building in Moose Jaw that was built in 1928, closed and abandoned in 1989. Over the next 11 years, the building was severely vandalized, windows were broken, water poured in, birds flew all over the place, leaving a mass of droppings everywhere. I am certain under those conditions, some black mold as well as unwanted rodents and sundry other health problems developed. When I inspected and documented that building about 15 years ago, it was a wreck, and I was certain that it would soon be demolished. However, Verna Alford, a Regina businesswoman, fully appreciated the heritage and architecture of the building. She brought in professional people to clean it up and remove any health issues. Then she restored the building to its original 1928 grandeur. Today, the Grant Hall Inn provides excellent dining and housing accommodations and is considered one of the best heritage restoration projects ever undertaken in Saskatchewan. Moreover, in the foyer, you will see some architectural elements not evident elsewhere in Saskatchewan. The Watchler residence also has architectural features that are rare, if not unique, in Regina. Mr. Mayor, members of council, What it all comes down to is the need to find a new owner for 13 Leopold Crescent, someone who fully appreciates the original architectural design and the importance of this house as a cornerstone to the Crescents.
Mr. Cormick, you have 30 seconds.
Heritage designation will ensure that a new owner will be wholly aware of the implications and potential financial benefits, including those offered by the city and the Saskatchewan Heritage Foundation. I therefore encourage you to proceed with the heritage designation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for coming in for your presentation. So same type of question I asked the last presenter. Supposing, even if we are to designate this tonight as a heritage property, and supposing the owner just doesn't want to fix it up, what would you see as the best second option?
Well, put it up for sale. Sell it to somebody who really appreciates the heritage building. There are people out there. Pierre Trudeau lived in an old heritage building. He didn't change it or modify it. He accepted it as it was and enjoyed the heritage ambience that it offered. Some buildings do need repair.
Sure. Now, selling a house, as many people can attest to, is no small undertaking. So how do we set the price, that sort of thing?
Well, the price has to be set with the consultation of real estate agents and your own expectations of the building. There's no magic formula for every house, certainly not new houses or heritage buildings.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Flegel.
Thanks, and welcome. I have the question to you about a real estate. Did you know the house was for sale for a long time?
I was told it was.
Yeah. Part of I don't know exactly why it didn't sell, but when a house is on the market for a year or more, it becomes an issue. Then it went to auction. So has that house been on the market for everybody to buy? Absolutely. Has it been on the auction for everybody to buy? And I get what you're saying. What type of buyer, after 2 or 3 years of this house being out there, are you looking for?
Well, I would question whether or not the real estate people who were involved over those years were marketing it correctly. Perhaps they were trying to sell a heritage home as a modern home. You've got to market it according to what you've got. You can't market, it's like taking an old Model T and then changing all the parts, and it looks like a Model T, like a Ford 150. You don't have the old heritage building, but if you're trying to market it as a heritage building and you don't want it like that, you're going down the wrong road.
But if I could, if you're looking to have someone sell that building, like you're suggesting, maybe the current owner should sell it. It has just been on the market. So where was the buyer you were saying for the last 2 or 3 years? These people stepped up, took the place, understood it. I'm wondering where does the buyer come from?
Well, presumably they bought it with the idea that it was a heritage home, and a heritage home has benefits. There are financial benefits that come with a heritage home that don't come with my home. There's the city tax abatement program. There's the Saskatchewan Heritage Property Heritage Grant Program offering 50% of the costs. It doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah.
And so taking that into consideration, when you put a bid on a house, you can fix it up. There are opportunities to enlarge it. You may have to change some electrical or utilities, depending on the nature. But often you don't have to do all that. It may be your choice, but it isn't a requirement. And a 1940s home is nothing like trying to deal with a 1920s home when it comes to utilities.
Yeah. In the report, I think it said there was a repair bill of about $400,000 and some thousand. You don't believe that, or?
I haven't seen the report, and I don't know who would have prepared it. What I do know is that reports that I have seen over the decades.
What about something just in decades, but what about in the last year or two about this house?
I haven't seen any of the records relating to this house. But other reports were often done by people who didn't understand heritage buildings, engineers who did not understand how a heritage building operates.
Okay.
And so I would have to see the reports to determine whether the qualifications of the individual were appropriate for the heritage property.
Okay.
Parks Canada does this all the time with its heritage buildings, but they deal with people who understand historic architecture and historic engineering. And there are not a lot of people like that in this province, I should admit.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Murray.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Mr. Covermaker, coming forward and taking some questions. So you know that the property sold. Were you aware that the previous owners did not want a home inspection done or did not allow for home inspection to be done on the property? Were
I
you
haven't
aware
heard of that.
I'm sorry?
No, I was not.
You were not aware of that. Okay. I'm assuming you'd agree with me that going into something eyes wide open is more important. Having home inspection would be beneficial, correct?
Right.
If you were tearing it down or planning to tear it down, would you have a home inspection done?
You should.
If you're tearing it down?
Yes. There may be hazardous waste in the material, in the building.
Oh, fair enough.
If you're not aware of that, you could end up with a pretty expensive demolition bill.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So due diligence applies regardless.
And so when the builder or when the seller doesn't want to allow you to do that, you're kind of backed into a corner. Would you agree?
Perhaps. The whole home inspection concept is very new, as you well know. I think most of us, when we bought our homes 20, 30 years ago, the concept of home inspection wasn't even part of the deal. So I think it's a good option. I think it's well worth doing. But the home inspectors, again, what training do they have in historic buildings?
Again, thank you very much for taking my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation, Mr. Don Black. Mr. Black, for the... We'll get that for you. If you could identify yourself for the record, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts on the proposed designation of 13 Leopold Crescent as municipal heritage property. My name is Don Black. There's several Don Blacks in town. I'm one of them. I'm before you tonight as a citizen, representing only my own interests. I spent the first 25 years of my life living within 3 blocks of 13 Leopold Crescent. I'm currently past chair of the Warehouse Business Improvement District and now on the board, and was a member of the city's Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee for 10 years, 3 years as chair. For the past several years, I've lectured publicly on the history and folklore of College Avenue, and I think I have a passing understanding of the significance to the city of that corner. I well remember the graceful, quite beautiful house that former Chief Justice Culleton occupied at 11 Leopold Crescent, just to the north of the current property. There's an aerial view of it in the information provided to you. It's also up on the screen there. It's the building to the north of 13 Leopold Crescent. It was a wonderful house. There's a beautiful fountain in front of it. It was a stunning design, and the entrance was off of College Avenue. The house, as I understand, was demolished by the city to accommodate the changes to the College and Albert intersection. That house, to me, would have checked all the boxes for municipal heritage designation. Chief Justice Culleton was an important figure in our city. It was a graceful house and was a keystone of that area. 13 Leopold Crescent, however, to me, checks none of the boxes that would suggest it is suitable for municipal heritage designation. It is neither architecturally significant, not being designed by an actual architect. It's not historically significant or culturally significant, to my mind. I can quite truthfully say that I believe that the mature coniferous trees are more deserving of protection because at least they hide the east facade of that building. The list of homes on the Heritage Holding Bylaw seems to have been somewhat capriciously assembled over the years. For example, on my block, 3100 block of Angus Street, 3 houses are on holding bylaw. Yet 2 houses that perhaps should be on the holding bylaw are not on it. What that says to me is the city needs to revisit the Heritage Holding Bylaw and associated policies in a systematic, rigorous, and very well-informed manner. There's one house, there's several houses on the holding bylaw that might just be before you in the coming years with exactly the same thing happening to them. Now, I could rattle on about the history and folklore of College Avenue and my personal experiences with it, but I'll conclude here by saying that I fully support administration's recommendation that Council withdraw its notice of intention to designate 13 Leopold Crescent as municipal heritage property. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Black, for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Mr. Black. Couple of questions. But first one is, look, you were talking about checking all the boxes. Can you kind of expand on it? What do you mean by just kind of? I mean, you're an expert in the area, or you've worked in a lot of years.
We had the expert before us.
So, can you explain what do you mean by checking all the boxes?
Well, the city currently uses a kind of a check off right now when it goes through the heritage examination process. It's got the architect for the place, his impact on the city. It's got the initial owner, their impact on the city. It's got kind of defining elements of the house. Are they significant? Things like that you go through. When I looked at this house, remembering that checklist from before, none of those boxes got checked for me. I mean, it's got glass blocks on the front. Well, there's a house halfway down the block south. It's also got glass blocks on the front. It's not on the heritage holding bylaw.
Okay, so then,
Does that answer your question? Sir?
Yes, it is. Yeah. And then I'm just going to continue here. The heritage list. I know there's many houses that are out there, and I asked the previous delegation, what does the list do to protect the houses that are on the list? Like, for instance, you might know some houses that are in the Lakeview area that if they're not going to be repaired.
My understanding is it puts a 60-day examination period on a demolition permit, which has happened with this house. I mean, there's one house on the corner of Hill Avenue and Albert Street, northwest corner, which is a very, very significant house to our city, and it needs some love. And if that owner sells it on, I mean, that you could have the new owner coming before you with exactly the same situation. You go in the basement and discover that Mr. Kramer put a pool table in the basement on hydraulics, right? Suddenly. I mean, that's the kind of thing when you go into these houses that you get. So
just a question to you, Your Worship. As the 13 Leopold is gateway into Cathedral, would you classify that as a heritage?
I'm going to be getting in trouble here with my colleagues, but I don't think it's on Leopold Crescent. I think it's on Albert Street. And I don't see it as a gateway. I see perhaps what's referred to on the Heritage Holding Bylaw as the Champ House, which I knew was Bert Neal's house, 53 Leopold Crescent. It's got the teardrop window on it. That's a significant house.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Black, for coming forward. And I appreciate your work that you've done on the Warehouse District, and obviously the time that you spent with the Heritage Advisory.
I appreciate your work too, Mr. Murray.
Well, I appreciate it, but thank you very much for your commitment. A couple of questions in about tell me a bit more about yourself and your skills and your knowledge. Is it simply because of your time on Heritage Advisory, or do you have some architectural or some construction background? Do you have something else that just simply your knowledge based on? That's how you're?
That's accurate.
Okay.
I have no skills. I'm retired.
Well, I would suggest that's probably not accurate, but...
Councillor Murray, you want to rephrase that then?
yeah, come up with a different way to say something nice to you.
I teach spin classes at the Y.
I see. So you're... Okay, I'm with you now. I get you. Yeah, you can join me. Okay. Mr. Black, then there's been this discussion about this being important because it's a gateway. Are you familiar with College Avenue, the direction of traffic flow? It's more of an exit, isn't it?
Very familiar, yes.
Okay, so it's an exit from the community. So it shouldn't really be on the gateway side. It should be on the exit side. Okay. I think all of the other questions have been answered, so I just wanted to say thanks very much for your commitment to the community. Thanks.
Thank you. Slipping that one in there, Councillor Murray. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you, good evening, Mr. Black. I want to pick up on one of the comments you made about perhaps reviewing the whole notion of the holding bylaw and so on and what's implied and so on. So would you mind just sharing a couple of random thoughts on that from your point of view, please?
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to have, the power you people have to designate a house is significant, and it shouldn't be lightly used. It should be used, I refer to the house at Hill Avenue and Albert. It should be used when there's something really big. In my mind, I don't see that. That being said, the process, my father went through it about 25 years ago, the house at Lorraine College. Pretty well the same thing happened that I hope doesn't happen to Mr. Dodds. So has much changed in 25 years? I don't think so. What could be different? I mean, you've got some very intelligent people working for administration who could, take a good look at it. But I hope that what's happened now is it becomes adversarial. So buildings that shouldn't be controversial, but are, versus buildings are controversial, but shouldn't. So there's one that comes to mind, and it's a house, I think it's 1722 Montreal Street. It was one of these at-grade buildings on Broad Street from about 1890 or so. I think a Salvation Army citadel. Horribly unattractive building. Yet the historical significance of that building to our city is immense. So the Heritage Committee at that time agreed to designate it. And I think it's an Alliance Church now or something. So it worked then. Unfortunately, it becomes adversarial every so often. That's not a good way to go about it.
Thanks for identifying that word. I'm going to throw another word out. It's called education. So I'm wondering if you and I went knocking on doors on some of the houses on the holding bylaw right now and said to the people as the door was open to us, what does this mean to you? And what does it mean to our community? Do you think we'd get a reasonable answer back? Or do you think they know the house is on the list?
Rarely, I think that'd be rare. You get what would be the proper answer? Yes, I know it's on there. It's just an impediment for some people to extract value from it, and rightfully so it is. I mean, it is expensive, as some people know very well.
Yeah, understood. Thanks. May I ask one other question, and it goes something like this. So to those people, those couple hundred, almost 300 people that are on the holding bylaw right now.
I think it's 90.
Sorry?
I think it's 90.
I'll ask for sure. I thought it was more than that, but so my point is, so there's a number of them, a significant number. And if they're watching tonight and this house is designated with not the input or the acceptance of the landowner, what does that mean to them, do you think? How would they react?
They would be, I think, looking to provincial legislation pretty quickly to see what it actually means. And I think they'd be a little bit scared what it could mean.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? I have a couple. Your history of working with the city on our committees is very important. So can you let me know, how does a property get on the heritage holding bylaw? Is it by the owner? Is it by someone else? Is it by the city doing it? But how does it happen?
So a while ago, we looked at that very question, and it seemed, I used the word capriciously. I don't know if that's fair, but so on our block, 3100 Angus Street, just the houses on the east side of the street are on the holding bylaw. Two of them look exactly the same. Houses on the west side, two very significant houses, the former Emery House and the former Furman House, are not on the heritage holding bylaw. So did they just drive down Angus Street with their heads looking that way? I mean, I don't see. So on that block of Angus, I call it Albert Street, but there's a very significant house in the corner of 19th and Albert. George Solomon lived there. Architecture design. He's got the original steel. He went out and recycled the steel in the street railway for his for the bones of that house. That house isn't on the heritage holding bylaw. It's a wonderful example of a post-war house. So I think it's capriciously. I think it could use some dedicated resources to look at. Is that an answer for you, sir?
It's almost there. So let me just drill down a bit further. My last question to you. I understand that there may be somewhat arbitrary or no methodology to designation.
I mean, I don't know.
Right. That may be what we'll find that out.
Mm-hmm.
But you chaired the committee.
Mm-hmm.
You reviewed several properties. You have a great history of understanding heritage properties in our city. How does a property get on the heritage holding bylaw? Is it because the committee says it should be on? Does someone apply for that? Is it the owner that does that? Is it the city that does that, the administration? Do you know?
That list was a fait accompli when I went on the committee. We kept wanting to take a look at it, but I can't answer that question. I mean, I think it started in 1986, so maybe there were other people in the room who were on the Heritage Committee then.
Perhaps we can ask the administration that more clearly. That's good.
I mean, but if it was formed 1986, a lot has happened since 1986.
Sure. Okay. You've been a great help. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. We have, next delegation is Jackie Schmidt. If you could, for the record, identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Your Worship and City Councilors. My name is Jackie Schmidt. I'm with Heritage Regina.
Good evening. My name is Susan Hollander, and I'm also with Heritage Regina, and I'm here to help with answering questions.
There is no individual property owner rights entrenched in the Constitution. The concept that an individual can buy a property and do what they want with it is tempered by provincial and municipal statutes and bylaws. Typically, when owners are denied the right to do what they want with their property, the city will rely on the greater good, the spirit of the bylaws in question, and the adopted official community plan to explain the decisions to limit property owners' rights. We've heard concerns expressed at City Council on February 29th that the homeowner followed the process towards getting approval to remove the property at 13 Leopold Crescent from the Heritage Holding bylaw list. The process was described as called City Hall, was advised to apply to have the property removed from the list, and there is a 60-day waiting period when the items will be heard at City Council, and when approved for removal from the Heritage Holding bylaw list, you can then apply for a demolition permit. We don't know if the property owner asked what the chances of success were, but there is a general consensus that if the question was asked, the response would have been that the city does not typically oppose these types of requests. So yes, the owner did follow the process, but the process doesn't end there. City Council's role in the process is to determine if the property has heritage significance, and when it does, reject the request to remove it from the Heritage Holding bylaw list. There seems to be a consensus that the property is historically significant, and we are quite certain that if the property owner was bringing forward this request to designate, it would be approved by council. Instead, it seems the question is now, is this house worth saving, and is it financially responsible to conserve the property? There is nothing in the process laid out in either the Heritage Property Act nor in the city bylaws that directly council to consider whether or not the property owner can afford to repair or conserve the exterior of the property. The determination of affordability is subjective and includes criteria that the city cannot assess. We don't know what the owner can afford or if their plans for renovation are reasonable, nor should it matter. There is no policy or direction that indicates at what point a property is beyond the repair or what repairs are essential, nor are there consequences for not repairing a structure on the Heritage Holding bylaw list. What we have is a list of properties that undoubtedly need repairs and maintenance solely based on their age, building materials, and the environmental conditions in Regina. We also have an official community plan that directs and supports the city to preserve significant buildings and consider alternate uses or density increasing initiatives. The City of Regina asks its citizens to pay for and adopt the official community plan, a document that lays out the city's long-term strategic directions for the next 25 years. These strategic directions include the Cultural Heritage Management Strategy. We have now defined best practices, launched the document, which Heritage Regina supported, and we are now at implementation. We have established that this property has historically significance, even if solely because of its place on the Heritage Holding bylaw list, a list created by the City of Regina. It's now time for the city to step up and act on the official community plan that it asked its citizens support. Heritage Regina respects City Council's concern for making decisions that impact individual property owners and understands wanting to consider those impacts on this decision. 13 Leopold Crescent was purchased for the sole purpose of demolition. City Council is not being asked to designate a home where a family has been living, paying taxes, or now needs to make modifications where the original materials are no longer available. This owner has not lived in the house. A decision to designate does not keep a family from building a new home. There are many lots available in Regina and in the neighborhood surrounding 13 Leopold Crescent that do not include homes on the Heritage Holding bylaw list. Concerns that a decision in favor of designation without the owner's consent will set a precedent should be alleviated by the fact that each property on the heritage holding bylaw list must meet the test of significance
You have
in
30
its own
seconds
right.
left in your presentation.
For 13 Leopold Crescent, we maintain that it has met the test of significance. Council may vote against involuntary designation tonight, but there is still an option to keep the home on the heritage holding bylaw list, allowing for opportunity for the current owners to explore other options or for other interested parties to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. How many houses are on the holding list right now?
I think it varies, but I'm under the understanding that's close to 200.
So do you think it was the intent of Heritage Regina to, at the time, whenever they were, or whoever put them on this list, that they sit on this list for 30 years without anything being done?
The list is basically a list to identify historically significant properties, and that it allows the owner to be notified of that and to expedite their designation in the municipal heritage status.
So if they don't move forward with it, with the designation, it should just sit on the holding list? Is that what you're saying through you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'm saying that.
You're saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Are there other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks a lot, ladies, for your presentation and for your hard work on this issue. Do you think there's ever a scenario where taking a property off the holdings list would be appropriate, like when allowing demolition would be appropriate?
The Heritage Holding Bylaw List was developed by the City of Regina, and there's been additions to it since its original list. And so when those additions have been made, what they do is they do the statement of significance. Excuse me. So I think that when a property's been assessed and the statement of significance comes back and demonstrates that it's not significant, that might be the opportunity. What we have is a bunch of homes on the list where those statements of significance have not been done.
Okay.
And the onus would be on the city to do those.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Findera.
Thank you. Good evening. Just one quick question. Because there's comments made that this house doesn't meet some of those criteria. But if this house was elsewhere, not at this corner, would you look at it as a heritage? Because the comment was made that there are other houses further down with the same kind of glass, same kind of construction, but it's not on a heritage. So if this house was elsewhere, would you consider that house a heritage?
Yes, we would. And the reason why, two reasons actually. One is based on the city's own assessment of it. The statement of significance does indicate the score that this house received does meet the criteria for designation. And the only reason that the report recommends against designation is because the owner isn't requesting it. The other reason why we would consider it significant is because we're just learning more. Because this house has come forward, and we're Heritage Regina is a volunteer organization, we're actually learning more and more about the people involved in building this house and their history of building in other parts of the city, and their contributions to the development of the city during that time period and during that period of growth. So the more we learn about the Waterbury group, the more we find that the significance of this house increasing.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Ventura. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and thanks, ladies, for coming forward. I've heard the name, and when I hear Watchler, does that hold any extra significance to Heritage Regina as opposed to the house on 12th and Broad? When it has a name to it, does that change your thinking towards a house?
You want to answer? Well, the name, the fact that it has a name on it is a representation of some of the important features about the house. But the fact that it has a name on it isn't the most outstanding part. We stand by the statement of significance that was completed by city employees about the house and what's significant about it. The fact that it has that name attached to it is just part of how it's known. So think about part of what heritage is not just a building. It's also about the stories that the community has about a place. It's about the history of the growth of a community and things like that. So it's not just a house or a building. It's all the stuff about that. So the fact that it holds its name and it carries the name from some of the original folks involved in that house, it just adds to the significance.
So, if I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, from what you just said, it sounds like the house is not the significant part as much as the history and maybe the odd architectural flair. Is that, I'm gathering that?
No, that's not. No, I'm sorry if I gave you that impression, because the house is a representation of the architectural styles. It's the representation of growth and development in our community. There is architectural significant aspects to it, and I would just refer you to the statement of significance for all of those details. Right. What I was trying to explain is that heritage just isn't about architecture. It's about other things too, and it's about the stories and what things represent in our community.
Okay, so it's not just the structure; it's the history of the structure.
Sure.
I'm trying to understand your way of thinking. Have you been through the house?
I have not personally, but Jackie has.
Ms. Schmidt told me she was. When you hear the word functionally obsolescent, do you understand that phrase?
I certainly do, and I would say about 13 Leopold Crescent and about designation is the interior of the house we're talking about the facade of the house and the exterior of the house. So the interior of the house, changing that and rehabilitating that is what's open for options. So the design, where the kitchen is, where the bathrooms are, how it's built internally, is that a redesign of that would be expected, again, given the age of the house and some of the concerns that the owner may have identified.
If I could, I was just, and I will ask you this question. I was just there on the weekend, looked at the house, and more than half of the exterior has been retrofitted from 1980. The glass blocks on the old garage, the corner windows are more double panes. They're not the block. Will be the north corner of the house. The south corner of the house, the same thing. Where does that fit into your realm of when people put other newer products into an old house that make it look newer, and then you have the glass block, which I think are great, but functionally obsolescent? What happens? In your mind, in the Heritage Regina, I know what the administration says, but I'm asking about Heritage Regina.
Did you want to answer that? Well, I think, Heritage Regina our job isn't the statements of significance, but we refer to those that the administration does. So when we look at that and we see the heritage significance of the house, I can't speak to if a window was changed, does that negate the significance? The administration made a report that indicates that it has historic significance. Mm-hmm. So, of course, any house, to find a house that's completely and strictly as it was originally built, the more and more as things change, we may not find that. And as we look into the future, we may not find that. We talk about that corner and what makes that corner significant, or the gate. Talk about it as the gateway to the community. Mm-hmm. Again, as building construction changes and we have less and less unique homes and homes that have been just constructed by architects with unique materials, we look more to where does that home sit in the neighborhood, what are the stories behind it, and all those other aspects. So this is not an old home, but it is a home that at different times things had to be done.
Yeah.
But now we're talking about demolishing it completely, and that's where we take issue.
Okay. Great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now move to our last delegation on this issue. Dennis Dodd, please. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well, and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Dodds. I represent myself and my wife, Gail Dodds, the current owners of 13 Leopold Crescent. I'd like to thank City Council for the opportunity to speak today. I admire your stamina, so I'll try and be brief. 2 months ago, City Council voted to proceed with heritage designation of our property at 13 Leopold Crescent, despite the recommendations of administration and the City Planning Commission, and against our protestations. We have been led to believe since that meeting that this unusual course of action was taken to provide City Council with more information on the property and the process. I would like to thank those council members who accepted our invitation to tour the house. I believe the condition of the house speaks for itself. And I would be surprised if any councillor who has seen the inside of the house would disagree with the 2 provided cost estimates regarding its rehabilitation. We have provided 2 market valuations prepared by local realtors on the assumption the house were made livable. The City Assessor's Office also inspected the house on March 29th, and their assessment agrees fairly closely with the provided valuations. Council now has concrete numbers that confirm the house would cost considerably more to rehabilitate than it would be worth on the market. We respectfully submit that it is not economically feasible to renovate and restore the building. In fact, rehabilitation of the house presents an unreasonable financial burden on the homeowners. We have seen no compelling argument regarding the heritage value of 13 Leopold Crescent. The Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee met on April 11th. 13 Leopold Crescent was mentioned at that meeting, though no meaningful discussion took place and no meaningful advice resulted. The administration's evaluation indicates the property is of moderate architectural and historical value. There have been vague statements made on context and history, but the only detailed commentary refers to the combination of Mediterranean Italianate and Art Moderne styles. Any combination of styles is bound to be a poor example of both. Heritage Regina offers little clarification. I quote them: "The building has heritage significance by virtue of its placement on the heritage holding bylaw," end of quote. In other words, it's on the list because it has heritage value, and it has heritage value because it's on the list. There are countless houses in the Crescents that boast unique design elements and have considerably stronger historical and cultural basis for heritage designation. Involuntary heritage designation amounts to expropriation of homeowners' rights without compensation. I accept there are some who feel passionate about heritage, but it is easy to be passionate with someone else's money. The city's official community plan related to heritage conservation encourages owners to protect historic places through good stewardship and voluntary designation. In this case, designation is decidedly involuntary, and the opportunity for good stewardship has long passed for this property. Our family should not be subjected to further sleepless nights and financial uncertainty. Our future neighbors deserve better than to watch an unoccupied home slowly deteriorate to the ground. Please allow us to proceed with much-needed revitalization of this corner. We intend to build an environmentally friendly home that makes use of salvageable materials and reflects the character of the Crescents. I request City Council withdraw its notice of intention to designate and any proposed bylaw related to the designation of the property located at 13 Leopold Crescent. And I further respectfully request that the Heritage Holding Bylaw be amended to remove 13 Leopold Crescent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd, for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Dodds. I'm going to won't keep you too long here because I know you and your family invested a lot of time in this already. Can you tell me how much financial support has been provided to you by those who are interested in retaining the product?
None.
Not $1?
Not $1.
A lot of words?
A lot of words, a lot of inconvenience, no financial support.
Show me the money. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for your presentation and for your long evening here tonight. I refer to this as unusual, the process we're going through right now, but I think, can we agree that this process we're going through is within the purview of council for a house on the Heritage Holding List?
Yes, it's very unusual, but it's within your purview.
But you agree that this is like, when you buy a house on the Heritage Holding List, this is a possible option, everything's of the law here?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Supposing that this house is designated, either tonight or through some future process, what would you do you think? What would be the next step for you?
Well, that's a very good question. I'm not sure what we would do. We may seek to try and resell it, although I think our value would have plummeted significantly, along with that of every other heritage holding list property in the city. We may simply just, honestly, I don't know. I have no answer for you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. And welcome. It was nice to see you again. The cost barriers. You've got no money from anybody else, but everyone, I heard tonight that Heritage, Regina, everybody was going to pay X amount of dollars. How much money do you feel if you were to refurbish what is there, how much would not come out of your pocket? According to what you've been told, how much would you get from the city?
To my understanding, it could be a maximum of $50,000 over the next 10 years as a tax abatement. So there would be no money up front for us, but as a tax abatement, we would end up saving 10 years' worth of taxes. So we would have to pay for everything up front, but then the abatement would pay off $50,000 maximum by 10 years down the road.
Over 10 years. Okay, thanks. And through you, what would be the renovation cost for you to physically live in that house upon completion?
The two figures we were given were, and I'll round them up just for ease, would be $450,000 and $470,000.
Okay. And full replacement, if you were to knock it down and redo, would be what?
Well, it depends on the design of the new house going up or whatever, but we hope to do something around the neighborhood of $700,000.
Okay. So when you going back to refurbishing, does the house, because of the way the house is laid out, first of all, you bought the property, why?
We bought the property because we love the area. We're lifelong Regina residents. We've grown up in and around Wascana Park. It's where we still take our family for walks frequently. We love that area. We love the crescents. We love the mature trees. I'm far more concerned with saving some of the trees on the property than I am with the house itself, knowing the state of the house. We bought it with the intention of knocking it down and building a very nice house there to live in. As we've heard tonight, we were not allowed an assessment of the property before going in and purchasing, because the owners that we purchased from were worried about what we might learn in that, and they would then have to disclose that to any future buyer. But when you're looking at knocking a house down, it's really irrelevant we had just assumed that it was a common sense knockdown.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So there's not, what would you save in the house to maybe appease?
I wouldn't save anything to appease anybody.
No.
But to appease perhaps I'll rephrase that. To appease my wife,
yes,
I would save the doors. I would save some of the wood trim. There's a lot of the door knobs and some light fixtures.
Glass blocks?
The glass blocks are problematic because some of the glass blocks are grouted with asbestos-containing materials and would not be recoverable. Many of the glass blocks are cracked. And I would never, on the advice of some of the contractors that have been in that house, use glass blocks for an external wall as they've been used.
Okay.
So for internal walls or something like that, they would be a nice accent.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
I had a question with your last statement there, because the last time you were here, you actually said it was your intent to keep those glass blocks and retain part of that if that was the heritage part of it. So now you've sort of changed that. So I'm just wondering why, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no, I haven't changed that. Let me clarify your perception. In the process of attempting to explore all options rather than tearing the house down, we went through a bunch of different designs on a new house that would preserve the glass block front. So all of the designs that we did with respect to maintaining the outside facade of that house included preserving that glass front block, and that's where you get that from.
But tonight you're saying you wouldn't?
Tonight I'm saying no, I don't think I would. and for the reasons I just spoke to. Some of the glass block is grouted with asbestos-containing materials. Some of them are in very bad shape. And the history of that house proves that glass block on an exterior wall is not a good idea.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we will now look at report CM 16-2, a notice of intention to designate the municipal heritage property at 13 Leopold Crescent. More for that one? Councillor Flater, you want to start us off on that one?
Sure. The recommendation on CM 16-2 is that City Council withdraws notice of intention to designate and any proposed bylaw related to the designation of the property located at 13 Leopold, known as the Watchler 2 residence, as municipal heritage. Secondly, that Schedule A of the bylaw of the City of Regina to deny a permit for alterations or demolition of property that Council of Regina may wish to designate as municipal heritage property number 8912, commonly known as the Heritage Holding Bylaw, be amended to remove the property listed as item 5.8, the Watchler 2nd.
Can I have a seconder for this, please?
Resident located.
Happy to second, Your Worship. Good.
Good. So I'll leave my comments for right now. But
okay, you'll be closing debate,
yep.
So you'll have 3 minutes versus 5, so you have more time now.
Well, I will. No, I'm good.
Okay,
I'll wait.
Good. Other speakers to the Councilor Murray, you want to go?
Okay. Sure. Thanks very much, Your Worship. I really appreciate that there's a lot of folks that really do look out and care for heritage, and they're here obviously speaking very passionately about ensuring that we retain heritage buildings. That is important. It's important we do that. I think it's also important, Your Worship, that we tailor that with a little bit of reality check, too. The folks that are talking about this property bought it with the express intention of taking it down. They were given a set of rules that they could fly by, that this is how you're going to do it, here's your application, this is what's going to happen. Those rules, I think, would be unfair to change them midway. I think there is going to be a motion coming forward at some point talking about how we're going to be able to modify that holding bylaw and adjust it so it can become more contemporary today. Is this the property that we need to, as a hill to die on? I don't think so, Your Worship. I've been in the property. When I was in there, I did not feel that it was a good place for people to spend much time without proper personal protective equipment. Due to the asbestos and the mold that's there, I would suggest anyone in there should be wearing a P100 mask, a proper protection to ensure that you're not going to expose yourself to asbestos fibers. Yes, all those things can be mitigated. Yes, all those things can be fixed. And yes, if you've got an unlimited bank account. That's not what these folks signed up for. Your Worship, I am in support of removing this property from the designation as a heritage property, Your Worship. So I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've heard an impressive set of delegations tonight speaking on both sides of this issue. Your Worship and fellow councillors, I'd like to start with this idea. A city that forgets its past mortgages its future. Tradition matters, whether we're building a football team or whether we're building a neighborhood. Our official community plan has 8 goals. One of those 8 says that we will embrace built heritage, protect historic places, and do so because such enhances quality of life, community identity, and pride. If we've learned anything from this long and indeed torturous debate about the glass house at 13 Leopold Crescent, we've learned first that heritage matters, that we have to walk the walk when we say that. But equally important, we've learned, and the delegations tonight reflected it, that our process for dealing with heritage, built heritage, is woefully inadequate. And for that reason, Your Worship, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion on the floor. It's an amendment to be made as number 3 to CM 16-2. I believe the clerk will put it up on the screen. I can read it out. That the administration report to Council by the end of the second quarter 2017 with recommendations for improvement on the 1, ways in which buildings are put on and removed from the heritage holding list, 2, ways in which the process used by the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee in considering recommendations pertaining to heritage issues and designations can be strengthened. 3, ways in which the Municipal Heritage Holding List, the Municipal Heritage Tax Rebate Incentive Program, and the Declaration of Heritage Status process found in the Provincial Heritage Act can better fit together and complement each other. 4, any other procedural or substantive issue that may be useful in furthering preservation of heritage building in accordance with the goals set out in the official community plan. And in making these recommendations, the administration consult with all interested parties, take into account relevant provincial legislation, and consider best practices with respect to heritage matters in other cities comparable to Regina.
Can I have a seconder for that, please?
Thank you. I believe, Your Worship, that our difficulty here is primarily a difficulty of process. We're faced with the challenging task of balancing heritage values on the one hand, cost of restoration on the other hand, and speaking for myself, I feel that the information we have could be much more precise and much more scientific than the information that's come forward. That's not anybody's fault. It's the fault of our process. And I hope by moving this amendment out of this debate, we will get a better process for considering heritage designation matters. I'll leave the rest of my thoughts on how I vote in this matter till after I've heard from other councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I don't believe that the intention 30 years ago was for these properties to be on this holding list forever. So I think this is a good thing. We either have to look at it or we stop it. So I think that looking at it is the way I want to go for sure. It's been insinuated that we changed the rules here halfway through. So can I hear from somebody what the rules actually are for the heritage holding list right now?
Ms. Howard.
Through Your Worship, I'll start, and I might defer it to Mr. Searle. But currently, we have the bylaw that's been in place since 1989. And what's happened is if someone wants to remove that property from the holding bylaw, then they apply to us, and we go through this process. Typically, we haven't recommended that it get moved to the next part, which is the designation, without the owner's consent. There's only been 2 situations within the city where we did that without the owner's consent. So it's been more of a historic practice that we haven't recommended without owner's consent.
So when somebody buys a house that's on the list and their intention is to tear it down, when they call City Hall, what do we tell them?
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, we go through the process with them about how the bylaw, the legalities around the bylaw, and the process upon which they want to, if they want to have it removed. We also go through the whole process of explaining to them what programs we have in place to help rehabilitate the building, and that's what was done with this property, where we had a demolition application come in. We worked with the applicant. They went away for a few months, looked at it, but then they came back. So we give both sides of how it gets removed, but also the programs that we have in place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Donald.
Thanks. So what if I could get the clerk to just scroll past 3 there? And is there a 5? I forget.
There's just a statement.
Okay, thanks. A couple thoughts. One, I believe that Councillor Hawkins has identified an issue here that we need to deal with, and so I like this. A couple thoughts. One is that I believe there's an education component that needs to be part and parcel of this. So while lots of people have said it's been since 1989 and so on, I think a lot of homeowners have changed. I envision a public meeting of all the people who have a house on this list and gather some of their thoughts and so on, and perhaps follow-ups with the Heritage Society, et cetera, so that there's some of that. So on one hand, I want to speak to the educational importance of what's going on here, the public engagement, and with that in mind, I respect the timeline, but I'm wondering if the timeline is a little aggressive if we're really going to attain what we want to attain. And that's my hesitation, not with what's here and not with what is proposed. And I would simply ask the mover to consider the timeline on his other comments.
Okay. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Fraser, to the amendment.
Yeah, just a point of order. I'm wondering if this is an amendment or this might sit as a separate motion.
No, this is an amendment. I'm taking it as an amendment to the report.
Sure.
Before we get back to you, I do want to say, if no one else wants to speak, I want to speak. So, Councillor Fraser, you take the chair.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. I do want to add my comments to the amendment, which I will support. I think this is really in some ways, the essence of the issue here, and the example has been the problem, I think. This has shown us that we do need to update our policies and practices and understand how the heritage holding bylaw works, who's on it, why they're on it, how it's removed. While this question may have been asked earlier, I'm going to ask it directly to the administration. How does a property get on the holding bylaw? Who puts it on there? I know how it can come off, but who puts it on there? Is it the owner of the property? Does the interested party put it on? Does the administration put it on? How does that happen?
Diana, Ms. Norlick?
The process is it comes before, and it is actually a council decision because it is a bylaw, so it would go through this process and it would be put on by council. I might ask Mr. Searle to explain the history of how the bylaw came to fruition and the process that it undertook.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, there were two major additions to the Heritage Holding Bylaw. Initially, in the mid-1980s, there was a cursory inventory of heritage properties completed and assessments of those properties done, and 305 properties were added through bylaw by council at that time. Around 2005, a second inventory of properties was completed, and 15 properties were added at that time through, once again, a cursory inventory of heritage properties. So there were two occasions on which properties were added. The 15 properties that were added in 2005 were added with owner consent to be included on the Heritage Holding Bylaw.
That's useful information, but it actually doesn't answer my question. I know council will approve it, but who puts it in a report that it would be on that bylaw? Is it the homeowner? Is it someone else? Is it Heritage Regina? Who actually recommends to the administration for council to approve? Who starts the process?
Your Worship, in those cases, the administration recommended that those properties be added on both cases. Through a review that was completed in consultation with heritage groups and stakeholders in the community.
Okay, so other groups beyond the owner of the property would be designating that they go on the heritage bylaw.
That's correct.
I think we need to have a clarification of that process. So I welcome the review being done, and I do think that. Education is important, but I think we need to, if it's not implied, and I don't see it necessarily in the wording of the amendment, is that we expressly communicate with those on the bylaw what it means so they understand that. And that's sort of implied by this, but it's not directly said. This, to me, is critical for the fairness of homeowners, those who own the property, to understand the implications of this, for us to understand why these properties are on the bylaw in the first place. And so we have clarity and understanding. I absolutely support the issue of preserving our heritage properties. That, to me, that is not the question on the floor right now. It is a process to understand how we got here. I will support the amendment.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Hawkins, do you want to close debate on the amendment?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Let me begin with Councillor O'Donnell's observation. I thought the second quarter 2017 would be enough time, but I'm more than happy to take administration's recommendation as to the time frame that works for them.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, we do have this on our work plan. As the last meeting, I did indicate it was on the work plan to be brought back to council in 2020 because we have a number of different projects that are on the go and staff resources. We can go back and look at what a program would look like in terms of a project advancing more quickly, but there would be budget dollars that are needed to do this work. We would want to be able to undertake a clear communications and education strategy to explain to the residents of it. We want to look at the comprehensive review of the bylaw. We want to be able to look at what there is in terms of updating our criteria, as what you're saying, in order to make it more comprehensive so that when we bring it back, it's more fulsome. So what I would recommend is, because we do require budget monies for this, is that we can take it away and bring something back for the budget process that will outline the budget requirements and the timelines. But we understand Council's concern of moving this forward more expeditiously than what our original timeframes were.
Your Worship, 2020 is too far away. I'd be heritage by that time. And in terms of budgetary concerns, I think if we adopt this amendment tonight, the budget aspect can be taken care of in the budget cycle that's coming up in September through December of this year. In other words, this is now a pressing issue. It's on the public agenda. We've got committed heritage people and committed homeowners here, and I am very reluctant to wait that long. I think this should have a higher priority than that. If second quarter 2017 is too soon, give me another date in 2017, but 2020 is just too far away.
I think the city manager would like to have, if he was, Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship, just to reinforce, Ms. Harlock indicated that the previous meeting, we had indicated 2020. What she's recommending is that we take this away, and as a part of the budget process for 2017, we would bring the budget amount that we would need and a timeline that would accelerate this so that it would, realizing that Council has expressed that they want this to be done as expeditiously as possible, that we will bring it back with a recommendation that it be done sooner, but we want to make sure it considers the context of some of the other priorities. But it will be in advance of that date.
Councilor Hawkins?
Your Worship, the city manager took the words that were in my mind right out of my mind. As expeditiously as possible, I think, does work. And I'm wondering if, in light of that, we can say that the administration report to Council as expeditiously as possible with recommendations for the improvement on, et cetera. And in saying that, I take the good faith of the administration that this will be moved along as expeditiously as, with priority, and as expeditiously as possible.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment to your amendment already.
Thank you very much. And the second item, Your Worship, was the item that you raised, dealing with communication with the parties on the list. I say here, the administration consult with interested parties. I wonder if it's sufficient to say here that interested parties includes all parties who are currently on the list, as well as other interested parties.
Okay, that's understood, I think.
Thank you. If that's understood, I have nothing further to say, and I'd ask for your support for this amendment so we can move forward with this.
So you close the debate on the amendment. I'm going to ask a question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Back to the main motion as amended. Councilor Bryce, you're up next. Okay. Okay. Other speakers to the Councilor Young? And
thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to support this recommendation from the city, but I want to thank everybody who's been involved in this and has given time and effort to it, because I think what it did was bring to a head a frustrating process problem that we have with heritage. I think it's important that we have good heritage policies, things that work and that don't put a homeowner on the spot who is doing what they think is required to do for their property. So I think 13 Leopold Crescent brought this to a head, and I thank everyone who's been involved. And I really think that the amendment that we just passed is exactly what has to happen, so that we do what we should do for heritage in this city, but we do it in a way that everyone's really clear about what it is and what we're doing, and we make sure that the things that are on that list belong on that list, and that we can give it as much support and help as we can.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I rise actually to speak against the motion as it stands. I'd first like to say thanks for the people who showed up and the people involved, and also specifically thanks to the Dodds family. I had a chance to tour the house, and I really appreciate you reaching out for that. For those of you that don't know the Dodds, I can assure you they're good folks, and their intent isn't. They didn't get into this mess because they wanted to knock down a heritage building. They got into this because they want to build a nice house in a really great neighborhood. Also, I'd like to say kudos to council. I think it's good that we're having this public debate. We have tools in place, and right now we're using one of them. It's as Mr. Dodds pointed out, it's maybe the precedent is a little different than what we're doing, but this is not some weird process we're going through. This is one of the tools we have at our disposal as a publicly elected body. So if you travel to different cities, those that have and use good heritage policies are richer for it. It's different for every city, and I think Regina actually has now at our disposal a lot of good policies. The most blunt is a 10-year tax exemption, and that process is fairly new. It was brought in by this council, and it's actually working. There's 5, I think that's public knowledge, there's 5 properties right now in the works. Could somebody maybe speak to what properties right now are under consideration for heritage designation? Or am I spilling the beans, maybe?
Do you, Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Searle to go through those properties.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, we do have some active applications. Just to highlight a few, and if I'm missing one, I might ask Ms. Brewers to comment. The Frontenac Apartments on 20 Block Lawrence Street we have an application that will be coming forward. The Weston Bakery Building, 1370 Hamilton Street in the Warehouse District. The Somerset Block downtown, which is about a block to the north of City Hall. And we redesignated the old Fire Hall number 1 recently, or which will be coming forward, as well as some work that's occurring to Knox Metropolitan Church under the program.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. So it is to say that our heritage policies are working to some extent. We have a lot of great, important buildings that are being looked after and will be here for generations to come, no doubt. Another important tool we have is what's happening right now, and that's actually public debate about the public value of a building that in this case is a private property. That freaks out a lot of people. Boy, I've heard from so many people who think like, oh, this is private property, hands off. But the fact is this is a public process, and it's a real process. And in my mind, it's a good process. Sometimes private property has a public value that needs to be considered. So the best case scenario with the property on the holdings list is that somebody buys it and they fix it up, and it's great, and they love living there, and all the neighbors love it, and everybody's happy and sings a song at the end. The worst case scenario for everyone, I think, in this case and for all cases with the heritage holding bylaw is that no one does anything to a building. So we need to look at what's possible for the city to do and what's not possible. We have some tools and options. So one option would be to force designation. The thing is we can force designation, but we can't force habitation. The only thing we could really do is make sure that the Dodds mow their lawn. Otherwise, they would get a nuisance ticket, for unsightly whatever. But we can't actually force them to fix it up, is my understanding. We could allow for the demolition, or the other option, as laid out in the report, is to refer this to the Saskatchewan Heritage Property Review Board. In my mind, this is a real process. That's actually part of their mandate. They exist. They're a publicly elected board, and what they exist for is issues just like this, to talk about heritage values of properties. And they're a board of experts, and like I say, that's part of why they exist in the first place. So speaking of what we can do and can't do, ultimately we need to remember, though, this is the Dodds property. And while the city has some ways to influence what happens, again, we can't really force them to fix it. And if they were to sell it, as my assumption would be, if this gets designated and they're not going to fix it, they would want to sell it. I don't think we can really dictate the price. I don't think that's within the city's power. They would have to figure out what price they wanted for it, and then someone would have to buy it. So my preference would be to hear from the provincial board, to see what they say, and then at that time decide if we're going to designate it or not. And if the Dodds don't want to fix it up, they would have the option to sell it. And again, the worst case scenario for everyone is that nothing happens to the house. So if the Dodds aren't going to fix it up, if they try to sell it and no one's going to buy it and it's just going to sit there forever, in my mind, that would then be the time to allow them to tear it down and buy a new build a new house. To me, that would be the most fair and transparent way to use the tools and process at our disposal. Ultimately, I really appreciate Councillor Hawkins for bringing this forward in the first place, and the amendment you made, I think, is right-headed, that in the long term, the heritage holding list isn't the right mechanism to try to save houses. One last point, and then I'll stop. Thank you. But I think in this case, those processes aren't in place right now. If we look at the rules that are in place right now, ultimately, there's about 230 properties out of over 60,000 addresses in Regina. So we're not talking about a very long list of properties. And I think to fully play out what's possible to find out what the options are to save this house would be the right thing to do. So I would encourage council to vote down this motion as it stands and then introduce something about bringing this forward to the provincial body. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, good debate. But still, the house as my goal, we're still not going to save that. So there's another issue where all this debate, and I'm a little bit disappointed that we are here at this point, and history is proving itself that we've destroyed a lot of good buildings out there. If you look at how old Regina is and how old the world is, we've not been paying attention to heritage. So I'm having a pretty tough time to decide what I want to do here. I've been decided, then I'm undecided, and I'm again undecided. I've listened to some comments. I understand the amendment and what that will do, but still I'm looking at this house in this corner of the world. That if the vote's going to go to demolish it, I'm not sure I'm happy about that. But I understand, because I did go and I've seen the house. There's a lot of work needs to be done to it. But why did we get to this point? The list that's been here. So, again, I'm struggling with the fact of knowing what did we do to help to save this house or any houses that are out there. I know this motion is going to the amendment, but this house is on the block that might be torn down. So all that and part of the heritage, what I'll do is I'll sit down and I'll make my decision when the vote is called. But I'm having problems why we are here, and this is why the difficult choices are. We shouldn't be here. I know that we can reverse the history, but we shouldn't have been here. And I'm looking at the amendment that will do something really quick and really strong about it, that we will not return here. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers to the motion, to the report. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. So the way the report sits right now, or the motions before us, is that we will not separate 13 Leopold Crescent from the overall good, that we, in fact, will take a look at the overall good in our community and what to do with it. I'm concerned, and nothing has changed my mind, in terms of what the impact is on all the other houses on the holding bylaw if we put this one as a designated property. I'm not sure what that is, but I don't see it as being positive. I think the word I heard from one of the delegations was adversarial, and I don't think adversarial works. I don't think heavy-handed works either. I think there's and actually Councillor Finder asked this question. So if someone just lets the property just deteriorate, what's the handicap to them? What's the problem? They're not liable for this whatsoever. So one, I think that we need that engagement. So I like what Councillor Hawkins is promoting. Two, I think we need to be fair to the way the process has worked, and I think these people have a horrible, horrible house on their hands, and anything would be an improvement on there. And three, I look forward to the long-term engagement on this one, but I'll be supporting this with my guts.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers? Councillor Flego, take the chair, please.
Oh, okay.
Very good discussion. Appreciate the delegations and the work done by this council, the patience of the homeowners, and the patience of those who who have spoken both for and against the designation of this as a heritage property. I, too, went to look at the house. I don't build homes for a living. I like to think I'm a moderately observant individual looking at what's in front of me. And I can see that house is in a deplorable shape. And while you can walk through the interior of the building, you look through the basement and the foundation, and I just can't imagine how much longer that house is going to stand upright. It is really in bad shape. But that isn't necessarily the issue we're speaking here. It's the heritage value of the property overall. And I just can't see the value of this being a heritage property. So I'm going to support the recommendation to remove it from the holding list. Mr. Black's comments in particular were telling for me and helped me make my decision. I supported last time the process to go through a review on this property as an example of what the process really is, but also understanding its implications. I'm satisfied what I've learned, that I wanted to know the cost of the house in terms of renovation, $450,000 to $470,000. That is not insignificant. But I also, what I'm understanding that took place at the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, there was no recommendation. There was no real comment back by the group as to what they felt, and that was the purpose of the meeting. So while the report before us speaks of a conclusion, in speaking with the clerk, and speaking with Councillor Frinder, and speaking with other people who were there was no discussion about whether this is a heritage property or not. And I'm not sure that there was an understanding of what the process was because we haven't used that before. But it just, to my mind, felt that there wasn't a compelling argument on that forum as to why there should be a heritage property. I'm going to support the recommendation for the administration. Thank you. Are you going to close debate?
Yes, thanks. And thanks for all the work that was done on all sides to get it to here. Like I said, I went through the property on the weekend and not as quietly taken back from the structure, but the functional obsolescence is what I saw. And in order to make it a livable accommodations, you'd have to take it right back to the stucco. It's 2x4 construction. It's bad footings. Yes, there's mold in the place, et cetera, et cetera. Aside from that, if you asked 95% of the people what was on the corner of Albert and College, they would not be able to tell you. So the significance of that building has been hidden by the trees, and nobody knows where that building is. I.e., when it says on here, Watchler second resident. Where's Watchler 1? Where's the first residence? Do we know?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I'd have to defer that to Mr. Searle.
Mr. Searle. Let me say a second example, perhaps. Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, my apologies. I don't have that location in front of me. So.
Okay, yep. But is there actually one still existing? Do we know that?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, according to Ms. Spurs, yes, there is one first residence.
Okay. I just noticed it up here, and I was just wanted to question it. The problem I have is that this is on a holding list. It's not actually on the heritage site. So when I see that, and there's 200 other ones there, or whatever the number is, we could be sitting here debating these homes forever. When we have structures that have significance, i.e. like Central Collegiate, we take pieces of it and put it towards new. I'm more concerned with what the Dodds are going to put on the property if this goes through, because going through the Cathedral area and the Crescents area, we get all kinds of things sitting on planning. We talk about sun shading and sunscaping and all this other thing, and there's a house on Connaught Crescent that absolutely drives me crazy, and it's this big monstrosity of a structure, square, rectangle, and beside it is an absolute dollhouse that gets no sunlight, and I'm not sure how that got put there. And yet we sit here and wouldn't allow, there was a structure on 17th Avenue because of some sun shading, and we couldn't approve that through either planning or council. Yet that little dollhouse is packed in beside this monstrosity of a house. That is more my concern. And if we're going to call that a gateway in or a gateway out of Albert Street and Cathedral and downtown, that house should be a magnificent, whatever size structure it is, but not a more modern, contemporary-looking place that doesn't fit the area. That's my concern for the Crescents, as opposed to if it has glass brick and block and a front facade. And the house has got to go, in my opinion, because of what it is, and it's not representing a proper home for the Dodds, who bought the house after 2 years on the market. Everybody had an opportunity for 2 years to buy this place. The Dodds came through, and now they're being put through all this, which it's a process, and I don't think they quite thought it was going to be this big. But I'm totally in favor of doing what's in front of us, and all I wish is that through architectural structure and everything, that it fits the neighborhood more than just these boxy-looking things when everything else is grandeur in the area. So I'm going to approve it. Hopefully we can get a nice build. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flego. You have closed debate on the report, so I'm going to call the question on this report. All those in favor of the recommendations? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Jerry, you have a bylaw that, Councilor Flego, you have a bylaw that we have to do on this? Okay.
Thanks. Bylaw number 2016-11, a city bylaw of Regina to deny a permit for the alterations or demolition of properties that the council of the city of Regina may wish to designate as municipal heritage properties. Amendment bylaw 2016. The council of the city of Regina enacts as following: a bylaw of the city of Regina to deny a permit for the alterations or demolition of the properties that the council of the city of Regina may wish to designate as municipal properties. Number 8912, commonly referred to as the Heritage Holding Bylaw, is amended by deleting from Schedule A thereof reference to item 5.8, number 13 Leopold Crescent, the Watchler Second residence. And the bylaw comes in force on the day of, we call it passage, but
Day of passage. That's it?
That's it.
Okay, a seconder for that introduction, for it? Okay. So we do the reading of that? You want to do the reading of it now?
I don't have it.
That's the first reading? I'll call on the
This is
first
the
reading.
reading?
All those in favor, first reading. Those opposed, that's carried. Okay. No, you move seconded by another member of council that we consider that a bylaw now and second reading. If you
Okay.
could do that now.
I don't have anything written.
No, we
here.
just say you move by Councilor.
Okay, moved by Councillor Bryce that 2016-11 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed, that's carried. Now, we have to go through the unanimous consent.
Okay. I move, let me just give me a second here. I move, seconded by Councillor Hanks, that City Council hereby consent to bylaws 2016-11, going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed, that's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 2016-11 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed, that's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flego. So we'll now move into delegations and reports related to the Northwest School site. Delegations, Jervin Weeks and Jason Petrinia. You could please come forward. If you could identify everyone that's in your delegation. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Your Worship, I have Jason Petrinia and Leon Friesen from Westridge with me. My name is Jervin Weeks. Your Worship, the Mayor, councillors, and city staff, I stand before you on behalf of Rosewood Park to present our response to the city's proposed recommendation with respect to the Northwest School site. Firstly, I want to be clear that Rosewood Park takes full responsibility for its role as a developer of the Northwest School site, including the challenges we have faced in meeting the financial requirements contained in the servicing agreement. Secondly, I want to thank Council for keeping us accountable as the stewards of the future Rosewood Park community and developer of the Northwest School site. I also want to thank Council for its continuing support and patience as we build a socially innovative community in Coopertown. After all, we are here because we have been working together to realize the vision set forth for Rosewood Park, that we would see future community comprising of continuum of care facilities, attainable housing, and recreational facilities. A community where housing will provide innovative ways that allows buyers with limited means, including not only existing lower-income households, but new immigrant households, to enter marketplace in a short term. Council knows this vision well and support us by including Rosewood in the interim phasing and financing plan in 2014. It then support us by voting in favor of Rosewood site as the location of the Northwest School in 2015, a decision that at the time was completely in line with the city's policy. In fact, the Rosewood site was the only pre-approved site in the Northwest Regina outside of Skywood. In addition to this policy rationale, the Northwest School is a great fit within the future social hub of Coopertown. I think everyone is in agreement with that. It is the other main decision why Rosewood was awarded the school site. It is a foundational piece in the community building initiative. Our financial rationale, admittedly, has been challenged, and we knew at the time that this would be a challenge given the extremely tight timelines to meet the first P3 deadline of October 31st. Administration reports indicate some of the increases in costs as we progress through the design review. Clearly, a 240% increase from our original estimate has been a significant challenge. Administration said we were aware of the scope of requirements at the outset of the process, eyes wide open. Yet given the substantial increase in costs, we obviously were not, and neither was administration. Had we waited on administration's direction, we never would have met the first P3 deadline in October. It is no secret that we put pipes in the ground before we had agreements on design. After all, we didn't have a signed servicing agreement until December. Had we missed that deadline, the school would have been lost completely. I do need to point out that the development service under Louise Falk did everything possible to facilitate getting services in the ground. It is a tall order to expect the department to push through what normally takes 12 to 18 months in 1 month. Simply put, the process is unprecedented. In our view, we haven't yet failed, although we certainly hit a major pothole in the road. We are pleased to have the assistance of Westridge, who sees the value of the school and the vision that Rosewood is trying to achieve, unlike other potential partners that we were relying on. We are working with Westridge to meet the terms set before administration, set out by administration. In closing, we want to thank Council for continuing entrusting us in bringing this development to completion.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Evening, gentlemen. So I'm assuming some people are still watching, by the way, so I want to make sure that we're clear. One, are you building the school?
No, we're not building the school.
Right. So what we're talking about is what?
We're talking about the infrastructure, the servicing in preparing for the school that we have to put in place.
Specifically the road, the street,
yes.
Water, wastewater?
Yes.
That type of thing?
Yes.
Okay. So, and at this point in time, having Westridge here, you're comfortable that you can complete the task?
Yes, we are.
So there's an assurance from you?
Yes.
One of the comments that you made is that, and I'm referring back now not only to what you've said, but also what was presented to Council before, was about seniors, housing, recreation, and so on. So are you telling us that that is still the plan and that plan has not changed?
That plan has not changed. Nothing about our vision has changed. The only thing that has changed was the introduction of the school. That was not anticipated, and we accommodated the school, but nothing else has changed in regards to what we brought to council in 2014.
Thanks. I'm not looking to debate, but I'm going to ask the question this way. So if there's been trouble just getting the infrastructure to the school in place, I struggle to look forward to the other facilities happening in a timely
Councilor Down,
fashion.
this is not the subject matter tonight. It's only the school site.
Fair enough.
Not debatable either.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor Dow. Other questions of the delegation? Councilor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Thanks for staying so late tonight. If not for the provincial money tied to the school, what was your plan to finance the infrastructure for this neighborhood?
Sorry, if not for the
money that's being involved from the province, how are you planning to pay for the infrastructure to get this neighborhood started?
I'm not quite clear on your question.
Okay, so let's say the school wasn't being built here. Your neighborhood's approved. You want to start
Right.
putting in infrastructure to service the same water and sewer and everything else that the school would need, but for houses. Where would that money come from?
Well, that's not pertinent to the subject.
Okay, fair enough.
That's outside the scope.
Okay, fair enough. How many homes will be in this neighborhood eventually?
Again, that's not pertinent to the subject.
Councilor Fraser, we're speaking of the school site.
Okay, so
To the school site.
given the issues with this school site, you mentioned about affordability in your neighborhood. Will this still be the same nature of neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and we'll move forward with the report. Oh, no, actually, we have a communications from Mr. Niebukoff. I have a motion to receive and file that. Councilor Hawkins, a seconder, please. Councilor Young, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we move to CM 16-3, supplemental report for the Northwest School Site. Before we, just a bit of a procedural issue here now. Depending upon the disposition of this report, the second report next to us will be simply, and that is 16-40, would be receive and file. And I'll ask that motion later on because we have dealt with the issue in this report. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I rise to bring forward CM 16-3, and it's the supplemental report for Northwest School Site, that the developer required to provide the following to the City of Regina on or before 4 p.m. on Friday, April 29, 2016, to demonstrate its ability to complete and all requirements as set out in Service Agreement 15/05. A detailed construction schedule and plan describing how all requirements in Servicing Agreement SA 15-05 will be satisfied. A detailed list of outstanding creditors, along with the proposed plan for payment of outstanding accounts and related timelines for payment. A detailed financial plan showing the developer's ability to complete all work required by the Service Agreement 15-05 without relying upon concession from the City of Regina or any contingency based upon further City of Regina development approvals being granted for other unrelated lands, and a letter of credit performance bond or certified check in the amount of $3,184,000 representing the performance security requirement under the Servicing Agreement 15-05. Also, that City Council authorize the city manager or his designate to proceed as outlined in E16-12 Northwest School Site in the event the developer is unable to satisfy the requirements of recommendation number 1 on or before April 29th at 4 p.m. That City Council authorize that any funding required in excess of $6,045,000 previously allocated towards the servicing of the Northwest School Site, as approved in Report CR 15-81, be funded by the Servicing Agreement Fee Reserve Fund. That City Council authorize the administration to take all necessary steps to recover all funds directly from the developer or through future endeavors to assist clauses on the future land to be developed. That City Council delegate authority to the City Manager and Chief Administrative Officer or his designate to enter into the necessary contract, including sole sourcing for the completion of servicing for the Northwest School site. Number 3, that the concession previously requested by the developer as outlined within the report, the discussion and the financial implications section of this report not be granted. And number 4, that the administration provide a communication to City Council outlining the course of action taken following April 29th, 2016.
Thank you for that. A seconder for that, please. Councilor Bryce. Speakers to the report. I would like to take the chair then if there's... Okay. I'll say a few words.
Mayor Fougere.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I rise in concurrence with this report. I'm pleased that we have got to this point where we have assurances by Rosewood and their group to finish off the site in preparation for the school to be built. In fact, the school is being built as we speak. I'm having lots of assurances by the group that was here tonight to bring this to fruition. But I want to begin my comments by speaking of how we got here today. And it's not necessarily, well, it's a continuation of what we talked about last year with the province effectively downloading education costs to municipalities for all these schools. It doesn't matter whether they're P3 or not. They're just downloading the cost of construction and getting ready for schools to municipalities. That is the city dealing with developers to build a school rather than the Ministry of Education and the school boards directly dealing with this with developers. We said before as a council we were not comfortable with that, and I say it again tonight, this is a problem. And I'll also say this as well. If it's the intent of the provincial government to amend legislation to make this a permanent feature, I hope this council will stand to say no to that. We have enough responsibilities on our plate as opposed to dealing with building schools and that process. That puts a lot of risk on us, puts a lot of risk on taxpayers. Had we not had Rosewood come forward with a group to finish this off, we could be seen as having significant liability here, exposure to taxpayers. That's not what we do. We are not in the education business. Also, the unreasonable timelines. The delegation spoke of this. Typically it takes a year to a year and a half to prepare a plan reasonably to build a school. Now we're looking at a question of weeks or months. And I also want to state that in Northwest Regina at the time last year, there was no developer that was actually ready to go. So we can always look back and say, coulda, woulda, shoulda done something different. But no one was in that position. And this is a problem. So we want the school. That's clear as an objective for this council. Our city is growing. We need to have schools in place. No one disputes that. But while we are in a circumstance where we are somewhat precarious over the past few weeks, we now have a report saying the developer has the financial plan in place. I accept that in good faith. They'll have that ready for us by Friday at the latest. It removes any cost or concern that we should have. In fact, if we're trying to lessen our exposure, the best way to do it is to have the private sector build a school, not us becoming involved. That's the last thing that we should be doing. I'm pleased the delegation came forward the way they did to say they have their situation in hand. I'm pleased with that, but I mark my words of this. If there is a change of legislation, I will be very much opposed to that. I hope this council will be as well. This will be a permanent feature of us getting involved in education, and that is not what taxpayers want us to see done. So I would ask members of council to please support the recommendation, have the onus back on the developers to continue to prepare the property for the building of the school so we can move the city forward. Thank you. Councilor Fraser.
Okay. Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. And thanks, everyone, for staying so late. An important meeting tonight. I'd first like to be clear that I think the developer here in question has had good intentions throughout this process, and I think this council has had good intentions throughout this process, looking out for the interest of the city, trying to make sure that we get the schools that we'll eventually need. The fact is there's a school being built here. That's not going to change. The actual school is actually being built as we speak, or I mean, right now it's the foundation of it is there. The challenge is there isn't enough money to pay for the servicing right now. It's just a fact. So we have a few options. The first option is that as outlined in the report, is that the developer find a way to fix this by Friday. But the fact is that the money that would actually pay to fix this, it comes through the developer, but that money actually comes from people who are living in that neighborhood, who are buying houses, taking out mortgages, and living in that neighborhood. A neighborhood which administration predicts right now might take 10 or 15 years to fill out. Also, we heard from the delegations tonight, and I think when the conversation about improving this neighborhood in the first place happened, was passed because it was going to be an affordable neighborhood. So I'm not convinced that if the added cost of servicing this school is passed on to the people living in this neighborhood, if it's still truly going to be an affordable neighborhood, or if that's fair. The second option, which would be the fallback option of this report, the recommendation of this report, is for the city to pay for it. And of course, that's not the city, that's actually the taxpayers of the city who would have to come up with the money to pay for the school. And I'm not exactly sure that that's a fair option either. A third option, and this is what I would like to see, is that the province just fill the gap. It's not like something has gone horribly south on this project. They took a guess at what the risk transfer was going to be, and they got it wrong. They thought that 3 school sites, everyone thought, city administration and provincial administration thought that 3 school sites could be delivered for about $6 million. And the fact is that's not possible. Again, it's not that someone's run off the money or something like that. They chose a number of risks, that reflected risk transfer, and they were wrong. So in my mind, what would actually make this right is for the province to step in and just pay the difference. Education is clearly their responsibility. We all, I think, can agree to that. The numbers are wrong on this one, and they have a chance to get it right. The school is still being built at a rocket-forward pace. It's still happening. When it happens, it'll be a functional school. We have no reason to think it won't be a good school. But that cost, again, fairness is really the issue here. Is it fair for people in the neighborhood to pay for it? Is it fair for city taxpayers to pay for it? Or is it fair for the province and all of us as provincial taxpayers to pay for this school, which has always been the case? So I would like to propose an amendment to this report, and that would be section, under recommendations, number 2.1. Currently it reads that City Council authorized that any funding required in excess of $6.045 million previously allocated towards the servicing of the Northwest School site, as approved in report CR 15-81, be funded by the Service Agreement Fee Reserve Fund, which is ultimately city money, that we change that to say we approach the provincial government to cover the gap.
That is an amendment, and is there a seconder for that?
Just a point of order on terms of, this is for recommendation number 2, not number 1.
That's right. Yeah.
2I, yeah.
2.1.
2.1. But that's only if.
So I guess.
But that's only if it.
It's only if they don't meet the requirements.
If they don't
of
meet the
one.
requirements after the 29th.
That's right.
Would we not deal with that when it comes due after the 29th?
Not as this report reads.
Yeah,
right now.
that's what I'm just.
The motion is in order. But we need a seconder for the motion.
Your Worship, I'd second it to get it on the floor.
Okay. I'm going to speak to the amendment.
Nobody else wants?
I certainly understand the idea of going to the province for the funding, not going through essentially the taxpayers to do this. But I can tell you I've spoken with the Minister of Education. I've spoken with the Premier on this, but more particularly with the Minister of Education, and they will not do this. So we can ask for that and pass the amendment, that's fine. But I just want to be clear here and open. They will not do this. they've paid their money, they said, and that's all they're going to do. So I get that. I don't disagree with the amendment. I'm just saying that it will come up as no. But that being said, this is our fallback position. First recommendation is that we fully expect Rosewood to comply, have evidence of complying with all the necessary things to get the site done. And if they don't do that, then the next one kicks in. Recommendation number 2 kicks in. I'm just saying, however you vote on this amendment, understand the province has said no. So you know, just for information. Emphatically no.
Thanks.
Councillor Price on the amendment.
On the amendment, this is one of the main reasons that the downloading doesn't work for us. I think that it's hard for us to go back to the provincial government and say, we need this. When we need this, we're going to need it right now, and we're going to need a spot to get it. So I don't agree with I wanted to have this discussion, but I don't agree that this should be the way that we go. This is why we shouldn't be in the business of building schools or anything to do with servicing around schools. This is a prime example of that. We're here for the municipal governments. We're here to represent the people of our areas and the city of Regina, not to get into the provincial purview. And this is a good example of that. I'm going to leave it at that. I will be voting against it, but I did want us to have this discussion.
Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. It doesn't make sense to me that there's, I think, 8 of these schools being built in the province. 8?
9.
9? And that we would go to the provincial government and say, well, make something happen for this one of the 9 schools. We're not concerned about the other 8 schools. They're okay, but this one needs help. That would be embarrassing to go and ask for help for one school. It has to follow the regular process as all the other schools do. And this would not make sense to me.
You want to close debate? Well, there's no one else wants to speak, so closing debate on the amendment. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I needed to give this a little bit of thought. I think I'm going to speculate. The intent of the motion is to make a comment. The comment is similar to what the mayor made before in terms of that there's some frustration with us. Frustration actually is that we're actually talking about schools on the floor of council. That's what I expect that the intent is. And if that is accurate, then I'll show frustration and vote for it.
Councillor Murray.
Briefly, Your Worship, I didn't get a chance to speak. I only seconded the motion, but I too agree that we are not the place where schools and school issues reside, and so therefore, even though we know the answer, I think it's important that it be on paper. It be there, that this responsibility lies with another level of government, not this level of government. Thanks, Your Worship.
Okay. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Fraser, you want to close debate?
Sure. Thank you. I really appreciate a seconder for this motion. And a few things I've heard. We've heard about frustration. I think we can all agree. We've been through a few phases of this now where we've all felt frustrated. We've all felt like we're being downloaded upon. We heard about regular process. I'll say that the process we're in right now is not regular process. This province has built schools since 1905 at least, I guess. And this is a new process, actually, we're talking about now, that cities have to deal with it. And we've also heard that the province will say emphatically no, so we might as well not try. My thought is...
I didn't say that. I didn't say it.
Okay, fair enough, yeah. We heard that the province will say no.
On a point of order, don't imply what I said.
I should be clear, that's not what the mayor said.
Right.
You did say that the province would likely say emphatically no.
You don't know how I'm going to vote.
That's fine. But, folks, we don't work for the province. We work for the city of Regina. We work for the people of Regina. And in my mind, if we want this to not be either the neighborhood's problem or the city's problem, we need to send it back to the province, because ultimately education is a provincial issue. We've got lots of our own issues. There's no doubt of that. We have issues that we want to deal with, like heritage, that we can't even get a report before us for months or even years because we have such a backlog of issues and such a small budget to do it on. So this is our chance. If we want to make it clear that education isn't the purview of cities in Saskatchewan, then let's have a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. You close debate. I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Okay. Other speakers to the motion as amended? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. So maybe some assurance first to my colleagues. As was mentioned, there are 9 schools that are being developed under this plan. I'll call it the new plan as well. I believe that this becomes an issue for SUMA, and I believe that SUMA will have to address this when we meet with the new cabinet in June. So I will take that to the executive and to the board of SUMA. So I think having this information in front of us, this report in front of us, being public at this point in time, will serve as a great sounding block, but also as a great beginning conversation. I hope that we are clear that when something like this would come forward again, assuming that it does, that we always feel that we are in a place where we do not want to be the ones to say no to a school. I believe the other communities of the province felt the same way. I think we have to take that slightly differently. And now that people understand in our community what's involved here and the dollars involved and the implications involved, perhaps that public debate will be slightly different. Thank you.
Just add that I'll be taking this to the City Mayor's Caucus as well. Other speakers to the report? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone, for that debate. We'll move on to receive and file for the Executive Committee report on the school site. We've already dealt with it, so it's superfluous. I have a motion to receive and file.
So moved, Your Worship.
Thank you. Seconder? Councilor Flego. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community Protective Services. Councilor Flego.
Thank you. I rise for, got cut off. CR 16-41. Mine's cut off. Sorry. Renewal of a Tosca's alley litter collection contract. That the Deputy City Manager and COO would be authorized to negotiate and renew in a 2-year agreement with Regina Status Indian Service, Inc., commencing January 1st, 2016, terminating on December 31st, 2017. Can I have a seconder, please?
Second.
Councilor Watkins, thank you. That the city clerk be authorized to execute the necessary agreement with Regina Treaty Status Indian Services, Inc., as prepared by the solicitor. Recommendation was approval. This has been a great program, and it's been a long-standing program. And I know I've actually used the service, and they don't quite offer it the same way as they used to, but used to be able to phone them. They'd come out with the trailer and pick it up. And I think we just went through this 6-8 months ago. We texted a few of us and said, hey, what was the name of that place? And I still got the number in my phone, and away we went. And so it was a great program, and it's still a good program, and they help to clean up a lot of the wards in the inner cities and help with refurbishing and reusing furniture and et cetera, et cetera. So it's a great program, and it's a good way to recycle couches and chairs and mattresses and everything, and they make good use of everything. So they made a great presentation at Community Protective, by the way, too. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flego. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. To you, to administration, does this change anything to how the program has been delivered before? Has this changed? Does this change anything to how the program was delivered?
The Fire Chief would answer that question.
Through you, Your Worship, no, it changes nothing. This is a continuation of an existing program. We have every intention of committed with the parties to evaluate, look at this, and see how it factors into their broad fleet of programs they're doing for children in the city.
Okay. So, to Your Worship, is it a specific area, or can anyone from anywhere can call?
Chief Paulson.
Through Your Worship, this is a citywide program that is available to all residents.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fundura. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. So we've been using this group since 2001, correct?
Chief Paulson.
Through Your Worship, that's correct.
Do we have measurables on how much of a good job they're doing? How do we measure that?
Through your worship, we do. We keep track of tonnage that is taken out to the landfill. Unfortunately, I don't have those numbers sitting right on top of my blotter.
Okay. How often do we? Okay. So they've been doing this for 15 years. Have we looked at anybody else doing it, or is this something we put out to a tender like we do in a normal process, or have we just been renewing this year to year?
Chief Paulson?
Through your worship, this is kind of a unique program. No, we haven't looked broadly in the community. This has as much to do with the leveraging of this small contract into a whole fleet of services that are being offered to youth and young people in our community that need a leg up and the opportunity to thrive and do good things and take their place in the community. So it's as much a social program as it is a waste management strategy.
Thank you. I just wanted to pull that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Does this include easements in the city or just alleys?
Chief Paulson?
Through your worship, I'm not sure. I can get back to you on that, but I'm pretty confident if you're phoning for something that looks like a roadway pickup, it's very likely that we'll be able to look after you.
I would really want to know that, because when I first became a counselor, there was a mattress in an easement that we even named Matt the Mattress, and we had a heck of a time getting that picked up. So I'd really like to know if that's possible, because we have people that dump things in the easements around the university area. So I will await your answer.
Through your worship, if you provide us with a location for that named mattress, I can assure you that
it's
between
gone now.
my friends at Solid Waste and myself, we will get rid of it.
Thank you very much. This is an excellent program, so I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. So while we have discussed the nature of pickup and hauling and so on, I think you should also be aware of the impact that this is having on the young offenders who are, in fact, working the program. That initially this began as a program where these people were making restitution for their crime. It has evolved from that. And as part of our presentation at committee, it got a little bit on the emotional side on the very good work that's being done here to bring these young folks back into community and deal with all sorts of other people who have had crime and elders. This is an excellent program. This is a bargain for us. I'm all in favor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. CR 16-42, Canadian Red Cross Society Municipal Disaster Response Agreement. Deputy City Manager and COO be authorized to negotiate and approve the agreement with the Red Cross as outlined in this report for up to a 5-year term. Again, a no-brainer in Councillor O'Donnell's words. That City Manager or his or her delegate designate to be authorized to approve the activation of the service of the Red Cross in the event of a disaster as contemplated by this agreement. Seconder, please.
Seconder, please, for that. Okay. Councillor Hawkins. Speakers to the report. This is a great relationship. No question about that. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to Executive Committee reports. Councillor Flagel, the Riel Annual General Meeting.
Thanks. CR 16-43, and that the Chief Financial Officer of the city's proxy be authorized to exercise the city's voting right in Riel at the Annual General Meeting taking place April 29, 2016. Also, that the following directors be appointed to the Riel Board of Directors: Michael Fix, May 1st of 16 to April 30th, and I'll just name the other ones: Mark Stefan, Kevin Budzak, Tony Coppola, and Gord Sellinger, all varying terms from 1 to 3 years. Receive the audit financial statements for 2015 operating year. Appoint Deloitte & Touche LLP as auditors of the Riel pursuant to Section 149 of the Nonprofit Corporations Act, 1975 Sask.
Thank you. Speakers to this report? Call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Flagel?
Here we go again. CR 16-44, residential rental licensing. And there are 5 recommendations. I don't know if I need to read them all, but the first one is that the administration continue implementing process improvements in bylaw enforcement, property inspection, and public education to address property maintenance, residential parking, and code violations. That the administration provides City Council on an update on the effectiveness of these processes improvements and supplementary reports to the Executive Committee, administrative research, the additions of compliance-driven approaches by bylaws, and that a comprehensive plan be designed for public education strategy in partnership with relevant stakeholders for residents, etc.
Thank you for that. I have a seconder for this report, please. Councillor Fundura. Speakers, Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. We spoke at length about this at Executive Committee, and everybody that's in here was there. So I won't. You weren't there? Okay.
He'll catch up.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be glad to talk to you about it afterwards. So the motions that were there, I think, will go a long way toward property maintenance bylaw and strong enforcement, et cetera. But we also spoke at that meeting about University of Regina and the Polytechnic, and perhaps making incentives for landlords to have their property inspected. And we know that the fire chief has already been involved in inspecting properties for international students at the university's request, and they turned down 70% of them that weren't appropriate. So it's a useful tool. So I have a motion, which should be up on the screen.
An amendment? Yes.
An amendment that administration engage the University of Regina and the Saskatchewan Polytechnic Institute in the exploration of incentives to encourage landlords to provide students with residential rooms and properties that have passed inspection for health and safety. And I've already had some initial conversations with the university about this, and they are interested. So,
do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Hawkins. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarification. I guess I like the spirit and intent of this. I'm just not sure what the inspection for health and safety, what that would actually be.
Councillor Young.
it would be similar to what's already happened with the University of Regina international students. The people who wish to rent and want to have an inspection so that they're qualified have the city come and inspect the home for fire codes and safety. And when they are, then they're put on the list for students to actually rent those homes. Down the road, it would be really interesting if there were lists of homes that were inspected that were safe and that met the fire code, and it might provide an incentive for other people to have their properties inspected, so that instead of us going around inspecting properties or trying to answer complaints, that there would be a list of inspected properties ready for students to rent.
Okay, so it would be the city then doing those inspections?
If the fire chief would like to answer that.
Okay, sure. Chief Paulson?
How that happens.
Through your worship, there are programs similar to that in other jurisdictions that would see the fire department or inspectional agency inspect properties, provide a report back to the university or the school, and they would put them on an authorized list, sort of.
Okay. Great. Okay, thanks.
On the amendment, any other questions? I want to clarify. Or you want to? Okay. Councillor Fedor, you get your hand up faster.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that. We're doing some. Well, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with the motion or amendment, but we're doing something for someone else. I mean, how is that going to putting more onus on an inspection from the city side? How is that going to work? Is the university going to be involved in some kind of a financial partnership to make this thing work? I mean, how is that going to work?
I think that would be part of the exploration, is to how does it happen in other municipalities close to universities, and then we would have to decide
Okay. Yep,
if that's how we would do it.
Thank you for that. Yep, thank you.
I have a question of the mover, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the term exploration of incentives, because that sounds to me as though the city would pay to have a program put in place. So I'm wondering if it would be more along the lines of working with the university and Polytechnic to develop a program, that they develop a program. I just don't want this, that we leave the room thinking that we're going to pay for the university to do something which is in their best interest anyway.
Sounds like a friendly amendment, which I would accept.
Well, yeah, I would throw that out there for the consideration of the mover.
That was the intent. Yeah.
Singular program. If you're okay with that, so I'd be much more comfortable with that. Okay. Any other speakers on the amendment? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You still have time on the main motion for discussion if you want to continue to speak. Otherwise, I'll ask for other speakers on the main motion. Okay. Other speakers on the main motion as amended. Councilor Maria, you? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. CR 1645 is the appointment of the 2016 Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District Board. And the following appointments be approved by Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District Board is Ms. Carmen Daibwad, a current board member, be appointed as residential representative to replace Craig Witherspoon. Carmen's term is January 2015 to December 31st, 2017. And Ms. Catherine Melanchuk be appointed as a citizen member for the term of April 26, 2016 to December 31st, 2018. That members continue to hold office for the term indicated or until successors are appointed. So.
Seconder?
Happy to second that, Your Worship.
Second.
Councilor Murray seconds that. Speakers to the report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. One report from from Finance and Administration. Councilor Hawkins. This report 16-46.
Bob.
I move on behalf of the Finance and Administration Committee that the following resolution be adopted, that Councillor Wade Murray be appointed to the QP Local 21 Employees and Elected Officials Pension Plan Administrative Board for a term expiring October 31, 2016, and to an edited version of this report be submitted to Council.
Second,
Council meeting.
You really can't do that.
I'll second it.
Councilor Flagel.
Your Worship, it's with great reluctance that I moved this motion, but there was no one else.
I understand. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Planning Commission. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you. Bring forward discretionary use application, medical clinic, and retail 3934 Dudney Avenue. If I could have a seconder.
Seconder, please. Okay. Councilor Fedora.
Building has been before us. It's very close to the Pasco Hospital. It's been before us before because there are rental on the top two floors. There is a restaurant that's going in. There is an existing pharmacy, that is the retail, and then there's a medical clinic that's being added. For the area, we thought that this was highly useful and are good with what's here.
Any speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you. Discretionary use application, licensed restaurant and office space, 1378 Hamilton. Seconder, please.
Seconder, please, for that. Councilor Young.
Thank you. This was actually referenced earlier today. This is one of the buildings from Weston's Bakery. This is not the main building. This is the one across the street. And what they're trying very hard to do is keep the building intact. Actually, part of the roof caved in recently, so they're restoring that roof. They want to keep the inside so that it's exposed brick and would be a really interesting place to go. I take some comfort in knowing that a bakery will be in a bakery as a legacy piece. But this is historical. They want it to be part of it. I think this is great.
Any discussion on the report?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, this is a really beautiful building. Are we concerned that it's having some structural issues? You drive by it and it's really braced a lot. You mentioned that the roof is falling in. Eventually, the city's involved with that, making sure the building's safe, but not through this process, maybe?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll defer it to Mr. Searle on the status.
Mr. Searle.
Your worship, through building inspections that the city undertakes, the city is satisfied that the work that's occurring is safe and that the structural integrity of the building is being maintained through the construction process.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers? Go ahead. Councillor O'Donnell, go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to give some reassurance. It was actually the architect of the project that identified to us that the roof was a problem, and I went by the building the next day. It is braced, and he assured us that there would be no problem with the roof, so I think we're good.
Last report. Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Last report for Planning Commission. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. Discretion to use application, petroleum storage facility, 325 McDonald Street North. Seconder, please.
Seconder, please. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Lengthy discussion on this. There's actually a pipeline that comes right in here. There is a number of storage units that serve one company. This is Plains Petroleum that has this one. It's a fairly large tank for our purposes, 150,000. But in fact, this is, according to what they say, an average size or smaller tank. So we were assured that everything in terms of health and safety, fire inspection, and all that kind of stuff is good. And so we are recommending this for forward.
Questions or comments on the report? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. The report references the size of this in relationship to the other ones on the site. How does it relate to some of the other similar storage units in the city? We've approved one, I think, maybe last year, close to the refinery that was really big. How would you scale this one to that one?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll defer that to Mr. Searle.
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, the tank reference that was recently approved was for 250,000 barrels, so this one is substantially less in size than that one, and would probably be consistent with what we see through the refinery system.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other comments? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move to motions now.
Your Worship, I don't see Mr. Novak in the audience, so I'll move receive and file of his submission.
Seconder for that, please. Okay, Councillor Ferndura, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I don't see Mr. Klein here either. It's communication in any case.
I'll second it then.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now the motion on safety in school zones. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you very much. Would you like me to read it first or seek a seconder first?
Read it first, then we'll receive a seconder for that.
Thank you. Whereas the City of Regina, the Regina Public School Board, the Regina Catholic School Division, and the Regina Police Service support and encourage safety initiatives in school zones, and whereas safety in school zones is a constant problem around many of our elementary schools across the city, and whereas on a daily basis children are being challenged to cross the street in front of their school due to hazards caused by parked cars, parents dropping off or picking up children in no stopping zones, speeding vehicles in school zones, and poor sight lines, and whereas parents are often agitated when being restricted to areas away from the front of the school to drop off their children, and although school zones are all signed as to when the school zone begins, there is often no signage to indicate when a school zone ends. And whereas a majority of schools do not have separate drop-off zones for buses or cars, therefore it be resolved that the administration undertake to form a committee made up of city traffic staff, school board representatives, and representatives from the Regina Police Service to consider but not be limited to the following. 1, reducing the speed in school zones. 2, signage indicating that the passing of vehicles is not allowed within a school zone. 3, adding a pedestrian signal when appropriate or where appropriate in a school zone. 4, adding bulb outs or other traffic calming methods. 5, adding signage to indicate when a school zone comes to an end. 6, declaring the area directly in front of a school a fire or emergency-only parking zone so that school-aged children have a clear sight path to a safe crossing. 7, suggest methods to handle parent drop-off zones that can be used in most school zones. 8, consider the hours that a school zone would be in effect. For example, whether it's 7 to 7 time slot for the school days and no school zone for weekends and summer vacation would be effective. Be it further resolved that this committee be struck, meet in the fall of 2016, with a report back to Executive Committee in the spring of 2017 with recommendations.
Seconder for that, please. Councilor Flagel. Okay, speakers to, you want to continue on?
Just a couple comments. I want you to know over the last number of years, in every one, and I have many schools in the area that I represent, every one of those schools, I have heard repeated calls from parents about the issues within school zones, and each one seems to be in a different look to it, shall we say. I'd like to resurrect a committee that used to exist that would look at this, and I would like to partner with the school boards and our RPS people to make sure that we have a look at what can be done and maybe some standardization for what's here. I want you to know that when this article kind of came out a while back, I heard repeatedly about people being concerned about the time at which a school zone is effective. I added that to the motion. That was not part of my initial thought process on all of this. I think this will make for an interesting discussion. I look forward to the recommendations.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Speakers to it. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Comment on the school zones and all. I've been reading this, and then I know that this, just a kind of maybe a comment to when the committee is debating this, that we get a lot of the schools in the residential area, a lot of the cul-de-sac, and I'm getting a lot of stuff where actually parents have been dropping off kids, they're parking in someone's driveway or blocking. So I'm not sure if that's something that could be just as an undertaking if the group is formed to have a debate on that too, because it's not just alone just on this particular school area, but it's off to the side streets where I'm getting a lot of comments where, and I mean we have patrols, but not enough to patrol every single school zone for blocking parents blocking off driveways to residential in a residential neighborhood. So I'm not sure what this could go. Just I'm looking for help or comments, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. First of all, I have to say, who wouldn't be in favor of keeping our kids safer? But we need data to go along with that. So there's a couple of different things I'd like to take a look at. So tonight we were talking about downloading of schools onto us, unfortunately. Why don't we upload some of this stuff to the province? For example, they're developing new schools. Why don't we insist that those new schools built in Regina have a drop-off and pick-up zone that isn't in front of the school where the school buses are, so that the kids can safely get on and off the bus, first of all, or across the street, wherever they need to go? Why aren't we uploading some of this? I think that the school boards should be the ones here tonight. I don't see anybody from the school board here, but I would have loved to see somebody from the school board saying, this is what we need to keep our kids safe. We don't see that here tonight, and it's very disappointing to see that. When this does go forward, I would like it, if we're looking at decreasing speed zones and that sort of thing, I need to see data from different cities across North America to see, does decreasing that school zone by a couple of kilometers an hour actually make a true difference? Because if it doesn't, why are we doing it? So I want to see data that goes around decreasing school zones. So I think I don't know if there's a way of doing that, but I'd like to see some of this uploaded back to the province.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. I'm in favor of this whole thing, of course, because we have to figure something out. And there was other times when you would think maybe the opposite would work, but also not in here. But I kind of get it in number 8. I know Saskatoon does a 8 to 5, Monday to Friday, 30 kilometers an hour. I would hope that we at least have some reference to how successful, if that's successful or not, come back with us in this motion in comparables to other, maybe it doesn't have to be Saskatoon, it could be Estevan, Weyburn, I don't care. Wherever there's success, if the ratio, and it talks about weekends or no weekends, but do we reduce the speed to 30 and then put it back to 50 on the weekends? Does that create a controversy as well? Whereas today we're 8 till 10 at night, 40 clicks. And maybe that consistency is better, maybe it isn't, I don't know. I'd like to kind of hear what that has to do with it, because if we're going to go through this process, we should explore all the options of the different neighboring cities. We don't have to go to Alberta, we've got enough cities in the province. So that would be my only comment as to seeing other hours, other speed limits, et cetera. So.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers? Councillor Flagel, can you take my chair again, please?
Mayor Frigier, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I certainly will support the motion, but I have just a couple of comments on process and how we got to where we are. Firstly, as I read the list, which I think is certainly considered and a thoughtful piece, is very prescriptive as to what we want. And as I read this, I'm thinking this will be a report that comes back that defends everything here. So without detailing what I agree or disagree with, which is not the intent of this one, is not to be prescriptive. I'm not sure that I agree that lowering the speed limit is necessary if you have bollards or, pedestrian lights. So all I'm suggesting to the mover is that it's prescriptive. It's very prescriptive as to what's been done, and so good work has been done here, no question. So that's the first point. The second point is the participation directly from school boards in the financial implications of this as well. And I want to see the school boards financially a partner in this as well, not just because it's in front of a school, but we're speaking of issues related to parents dropping off kids in front of the school. I think they should be a partner of that, and that to me is important. The spirit of the motion, absolutely agree with it 100%, but too prescriptive. To the administration, though, I'm wondering if the timelines are too tight here. In the spring of 2017, if it's just to affirm these steps, you just take one meeting to do it. If it's to talk about ways to enhance protection of students and parents, particularly students, of course, in school zones, it may take more time than that. So is that a realistic time?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's a reasonable time for a committee to be struck and to meet. And in the spring could be at minimum an update that's brought back to executive committee to discuss what progress is made and to look at what work is further required if need be.
And finally, just a suggestion, not an amendment of any kind, but just a suggestion that we have a committee already that deals with a high level with liaison issues between the school and the city. It's the school board city liaison committee. And while I don't necessarily think that is to force issue to say that to me is a logical place for this to begin the process of bringing the school boards at a very high level for the design and discussion, and you can bring in resources as you will. The Regina Police Service, I know there's been lots of discussions already with them about this. So I just throw that out there that is a committee already that's out there that is functioning. In fact, Councillor Dowell chairs that committee. Maybe a way to look at that as well. I will support this. I have no issue with it. It's very prescriptive, and I'd like to see a more open-ended discussion that allows for more creativity than what's here. Thank you. Other speakers to this? Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. I like what Councillor Bryce said, and I was going to mention the liaison committee too. We only meet about twice a year, and we share information back and forth. I think it would be effective if, when we do meet, we consider putting forward jointly some statements to the government, because it makes the point that they are in charge of schools, not the city, and that we're working together with our school boards to try to make schools safer as they're designed and planned. And some of them have been designed and planned, but not by the province. They're the schools that were built by the school board here with the province's help. So, there are some things already in place that we could use as a model. So I would like to see us do more work with the boards on some joint issues to make it clear to the province whose responsibility it is to build schools.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers? I know Councillor Dowell want to close debate. Councillor Dowell.
Thanks very much. I want you to know that when I dealt with the RPS, they offered me boatloads of information and stats and all that kind of stuff. I thought that was for the committee to use, and so that will come up as part of their workload. So they have done lots of work and lots of comparisons, and have currently got a couple of sergeants who this is their area of specialty, have been at it a long time, and will bring lots of skill and have volunteered their time to sit with here. Have no problem bringing this up as an agenda item with the school board liaison, and would be happy to do that and meet some of those qualifications. I also want to just point out that in the motion, and I did this specifically, I'd like them to consider these things, because over the course of time, these are a number of the issues that were asked of me and also identified by our staff on occasion. But that's also why I added not to be limited to. So as far as I know, here's some direction to begin. Take the scope wherever you want it to go. So I seek your endorsement on this one, please.
Call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Bylaws and related reports. Finance Administration. No, yeah.
You wish?
CR 50. Yeah, this I'm on to. Councillor Hawkins?
Sorry. The hour's late, and these are complicated numbers. This is a recommendation from the Finance Administration Committee. The city solicitor be instructed to prepare the necessary property tax bylaws for consideration by City Council on April 25th, 2016 that include the municipal mill rate, the other taxing authorities' mill rates, the mill rate factors, and the business improvement district's mill rate factors as outlined in this report. Now, this is really a technical summary of what we've done before with the provincial setting of the education mill rate added in. So this consolidates it so that the mill rates can all be set in one place. That's my understanding of it. I'm not sure if the administration has anything they want to add to that.
Councillor Murray, you second it? Okay. Any comments by the administration on this? I think it's pretty self-explanatory as you described it, Councillor Hawkins. Any discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have bylaws. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I have 4 bylaws, and I don't think we have an issue with any one of them, so I'll put them all together. I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw 2016-24, 26, 27, and 28 be introduced and read a first time.
On first reading, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2016, 24, 26, 27, and 28 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that Council hereby consent to bylaw 2016-24, 26, 27, and 28, going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
And I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that 2016-24, 26, 27, and 28 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you,
Move
Councillor
adjournment.
Moving adjournment.
Second.
That's pretty fast. Seconder? Councillor Murray. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great evening, what's left of it.